that's what this tournament's about. It's an opportunity that they've never had before, they may never have again, but it'll stick with them for their life.
The Wigwam, host site of the Patriot All-America, is Arizona's only 54-hole golf resort. Spread over 440 beautifully landscaped acres, the AAA 4-diamond retreat blends casual elegance with world-class service. The Wigwam is steeped in Arizona history, having first welcomed guests in 1929. Today, 331 elegantly appointed casitas and suites, 3 swimming pools, and a red door salon and spa offer spots for guests to relax and unwind. For the sports-minded, the Wigwam features a state-of-the-art fitness facility, a 9-court lighted tennis complex, a foot golf course, and 3 18-hole golf courses, 2 designed by legendary architect Robert Trent Jones Sr. The property's 5 exceptional restaurants offer cuisine to please any palate, including fine farm-to-table dining at Litchfield's restaurant and casual meals with golf course views at Red's Bar and Grill. The Wigwam has all the ingredients for a perfect getaway. Visit wigwamarizona.com for special offers and golf package information.
I've really been and seen the works inside, so being able to go around and meet the people and see what they do on a day-to-day basis to help protect our country really was eye-opening to me. They split us up into groups, and then we went up an elevator to the top of the control tower. So my group had 2 amazing airmen with them, but we also actually had the base general with us. They were not shy to answer any questions. I mean, they were sharing so many stories. We watched F-16s and F-35s taxi out to the runway and take off. So, I mean, it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's something so rare, and it was really cool to be able to experience.
They had a chance to watch the attack dogs.
And let's get started. So think having the golfers out here today, it's a great experience for them. Opportunities to see what our military working dog handlers do, our security forces, and really what Luke Air Force Base does.
They showed us how they would train dogs and what they would do, and they showed us some German Shepherds and Czech Shepherds, and they showed how they go through obstacle courses, and then they also showed how the dogs attack people. You know, the dog's like smiling and happy-go-lucky one time, and then the next instant they're like trying to jump over the car. They go on and off just like that, based on commands. It's awesome.
That's what this tournament's about. It's an opportunity that they've never had before, they may never have again, but it'll stick with them for their life.
The Wigwam, host site of the Patriot All-America, is Arizona's only 54-hole golf resort. Spread over 440 beautifully landscaped acres, the AAA 4-diamond retreat blends casual elegance with world-class service. The Wigwam is steeped in Arizona history, having first welcomed guests in 1929. Today, 331 elegantly appointed casitas and suites, 3 swimming pools, and a red door salon and spa offer spots for guests to relax and unwind. For the sports-minded, the Wigwam features a state-of-the-art fitness facility, a 9-court lighted tennis complex, a foot golf course, and 3 18-hole golf courses, 2 designed by legendary architect Robert Trent Jones Sr. The property's 5 exceptional restaurants offer cuisine to please any palate, including fine farm-to-table dining at Litchfield's restaurant and casual meals with golf course views at Red's Bar and Grill. The Wigwam has all the ingredients for a perfect getaway. Visit wigwamarizona.com for special offers and golf package information.
The 10th Annual Patriot All-America, where Ping All-Americans compete while honoring our nation's fallen soldiers. December 29th through the 31st, live from the Wigwam. For live coverage, go to patriotallamerica.com. The future stars are here. The 10th Annual Patriot All-America Invitational begins now.
And we are here at the beautiful, historic Wigwam Golf Resort in Litchfield Park, Arizona. It is a sunny day, but it's a little bit cold and windy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens out there today. Some of the guys in the lead could come back to the field a little bit, and hopefully we see the field go the other way and chase down the leaders.
Yeah, and we actually have 84 amateur golfers from all 3 divisions of the NCAA, the NAIA, and the NJCAA rankings, as well as from all 4 military academies and several players from countries outside of the United States.
Yeah, it's a great field this year, probably the toughest field we've ever had. You know, 84 of the top collegiate players all across the country, all across the world. The tournament's really getting out there, and the guys are really excited to be here. So we're getting to see some of the best golf you can see this time of year, since the pros aren't really playing.
Yeah, and I'm glad to have you with me today, Zach, because you're a golf expert and you know this course. You've played over, how many rounds have you played on this, the
So
Gold
I've
course
been a
here?
member here for 6 years. I probably have about 1,000 rounds of golf on this on the Gold Course here at Wigwam, and it's absolutely the reason I joined here. So it's full of challenges. It's never the same golf course day to day, and that's what I love about it. So hopefully we can get some interesting perspectives and see what the guys are doing out there.
Yeah, and we're grateful to all of our sponsors, obviously, the Valley Toyota dealers, the West Valley Mavericks charitable organization, USAA, the Arizona Golf Association, JDM Partners, and the Golf Coaches Association of America. And all of this is to benefit and honor our American heroes. And this is through actually the Folds of Honor Foundation. You want to tell us a little bit about that, Zach?
So Folds of Honor, along with the Fighter Country Partnership and the other sponsors here, are they're amazing scholarship funds for families of soldiers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, or even if they didn't pay the ultimate sacrifice, they made huge sacrifices for their country and for their family. And so it's just a way for us to give back to them and get their family some help getting through college. A lot of the families then also return the favor by more people joining the military. It's just kind of a system that feeds itself, and it's really great to see.
Yeah, and we were honored to have Colonel Dan, who's the founder of Folds of Honor, speak and give a motivational speech to all the players on Sunday. And we found out that in the past 13 years, Folds of Honor has given away over 29,000 scholarships, totaling $140 million. So, and actually all the players have a commemorative ping bag, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all carrying a bag that has the name of a fallen soldier on it, and each bag comes embroidered with the name of the soldier, their rank and military service, and then it comes with a placard that explains exactly who that person was and why they served and what they were doing in the military. And it really gives the guys a way to connect to the people in the military and to honor them in a great way by taking them out for one last round on the course. And there's not a better way to give back.
Yeah. So I love that. The Patriot All-America is great golf. This is really called the bowl game of collegiate golf, and it's held every year here at the Wigwam between Christmas and New Year's. And, these players are competing for a cause. So the pressure's up a little bit. They're playing for themselves, but they wake up and they think of that soldier, I've heard. And, and they really, want to honor them and their family. So it's such a unique tournament. We're just honored to be here.
Yeah, it really is. They call it a battle buddy. Every soldier goes into battle with one guy that they're responsible for. And so now these kids are going out there and playing this tournament, and it's not just for them anymore. It's for the guy in their bag, and it's for the guy's family. So, or lady. There's ladies on the bags as well. So it's important. It's important to them to honor everything they do out there because it's more than just them.
Yeah. So let's get to golf a little bit. Your favorite.
Yeah, something I know a little bit about.
So tell us a little bit about yesterday and the leaders. What's going on?
So yesterday we saw some really great scores out there. Not a lot of them, but they were out there. So we had 13 guys or 12 guys under par, which is pretty typical for this tournament. The golf course does present a lot of challenges that the college golfers don't get to see very often. But the guys in the lead were steady. They didn't do anything crazy. No big mistakes. Nothing heroic out there either, because the heroics on this golf course unfortunately don't pay off very well. So it's interesting to see, but nothing surprising. The names that are there are there for a reason, and we'll see if they can maintain today. The wind's supposed to blow, and it's supposed to get challenging, and it's obviously not any warmer today than it was yesterday. So we're just gonna hope that the guys can battle through and tough it out, and we'll see what they're made of.
Awesome. And who are in the lead?
So we got two guys tied at 5 under, and that's going to be Grayson Huff and Joey Verzich, and they put together a couple great rounds. I don't believe either one of them went bogey free. I mean, there's mistakes to be made out there, and they're easy to find. So Those two guys are leading at 5 under, and then there's a handful of guys at 4 under, and going down not too far. You find Noah Norton, last year's champion, at even par. So he's hanging around. You know, he's had a tough day yesterday. He started out 2 over and battled his way back to even, and so that's good to see. He's got a lot of resilience, and actually he's a good friend of mine. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he puts together today.
Awesome, great. And actually, we have Kiefer, who's actually number 3. He's in 3rd place right now from Bayer University. He's a freshman from San Antonio, Texas, and he actually made a hole-in-one yesterday.
Yeah, funny thing about that, he made a hole-in-one on number 6. It was a 175-yard par 3 yesterday, playing the hardest hardest hole on the golf course, you know, and somehow he found a way to get it in there one shot, and it's impressive. That doesn't happen very often, but it's always exciting when it does. We usually save all the hole-in-ones for the Patriot for 16 on the final day, but looks like we got started early this year.
Yeah, you know, maybe they can just try that every time.
Yeah, it sounds easy. You stand on the first tee, and you stand on every tee box, and you just think, you know, it'd be so much easier if I got this done in one swing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to chip, or I don't have to putt, and like I said, it all sounds easy, and then you got to stand up there and do it. So.
All right, great. Well, we are excited, and we are ready to get to golf. We are headed to hole number 1.
All right, so we got the 11:30 group going off on hole number 1. These guys are all in a big group right there at 4 under par. Just teed off there. That's Harrison Ott out of Vanderbilt University. I got a chance to play with him on Sunday. Great kid, good golf swing. Coming out of Wisconsin, though, he hasn't been playing a lot of golf, and so Sunday was one of the first rounds he's played in a couple weeks, and it was a little shaky, but it looks like he found it in between those 2 days, because he sure put together a heck of a round yesterday.
All right, who do we got up here?
That would be
Maxwell or Jacob, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't get a look at his school on his jacket, but all right, looks like that's gonna be Maxwell Moldovan, and he's striped one right down the middle there, looking pretty good, looking confident.
Yeah,
These guys are on their first hole of the day, so this is an important swing for them. You know, it's really important to set the tone and get off to a good start. So we'll see what we can do here on the first tee.
All right, now we got Jacob Olesen.
Poor timing there with the leaf. That's unfortunate, but it looks like he got control of it and reset there. Jacob looked like he pushed that one a little bit left, but no problem there. This golf course actually sets up really well for left-handers, especially on the closing holes. They have a lot easier shot selection coming in, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes advantage of that later this afternoon when the wind's up and the golf course is showing his teeth a little bit.
Excellent, and Jacob is playing for Marine Corps Sergeant Bradley W. Maxwell Moldovan is playing for Marine Corps Samuel W. And Harrison Ott is playing for Army Colonel Paul M. Kelly.
All these guys, they get a chance to read over the tags that are on their bag and the story of the soldier that they're playing for, and a lot of them will take it into their hotel room and they'll read it over and over, and they really get like a feel that they know the guy that they're carrying the bag for, and it's so cool to see that, because they don't really get that at any college tournament. You know, they're either playing for themselves or they're playing for their team, and to have somebody else invested in you that heavy is something that really hits home with the guys.
Yeah, and something that's unique about this tournament as we're 3 miles from Luke Air Force Base. So usually the guys go over and get a tour and get a show and see the fighter pilots and everything. But because of the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. However, Luke Air Force came to us last night. So it was pretty exciting.
Yeah, the guys got to see a little bit of like demonstrations by they train dogs, like drug sniffing dogs, and the same kind of support, like fight support dogs that they train in the police and other branches of the military. And they got to see that up close and personal. They do a bunch of demonstrations with the dogs, and they talk to the guys about exactly what we do here at Luke, which is a lot. It's more than just flying the jets, which is easy to see if you get within 10 miles of here.
Yeah, I went over last night and got to pet some of the dogs.
Also a good part of that, yeah.
Yeah, they were sweet. So yeah, that's just a great thing that these players get a real appreciation for our military. Some of them, for the first time, really say that they connect with the military and really understand what they do and have a newfound respect for our men and women in our military.
Yep, well, it looked like we got a little flash of 18 there. Looked like Trey Fessler there in the white hat. I also got a chance to play with him early on last week and saw him kind of tuning up his game. He's out of Tampa University. Good player. Has a great ball flight for this wind that we're expecting out here today. So he may be able to move up the leaderboard quite a bit. He hits it nice and low, and that should be an advantage today. Although the greens are not really built for low shots, staying out of the wind is going to be way more important today. He's got probably 25 feet here, breaks pretty hard to the right, and it's going to get a little fast down there by the hole. So looks like a little bit of a misread from Trey. Played too much break there. I think he was expecting the wind to push that one down towards the hole a little bit. Also in this group, we got Ollie Osborne and Blake Hathcote. I'm sorry. Couple of guys just out here. They got out early this morning, so they're gonna probably get the best of the weather. We'll see if they can take advantage and work themselves back into contention.
Yeah, and Blake Hathcote is playing for Air Force Captain Randy D. Roby.
All right, so got a putt here. We're looking straight downhill. It doesn't break a lot. They're just looking right at it here. You can see the small flags in the background. They're really whipping out there already this morning. That's rare here at Wigwam. We got a lot of trees that block the wind out. But if it's getting in between those, then you know it's pretty for real. Good read there. Solid putt. Good speed. Looks like he's pretty dialed in for the day. Hopefully he can get a couple of those to fall the other way into the hole instead of staying out. A little cleanup work here for the other guys, and they'll be on to number one behind the leaders, and then they can really see what they're up against. Looks like Trey will be next to clean up his putt here, about 4 feet. Kind of a slidey putt, breaks a little bit to his left. Missed it just on the low side there. That's a tough one.
Yeah, Trey's playing for Army Sergeant Michael K. Clark. This last putt here looks like just a little tappy in, right?
Yeah, just got to give it a little taparoo. Move on.
All right.
So these last 2 holes, actually the last 3 holes here at Wigwam are some of the best finishing holes you're going to see. So these guys are really just hanging on here, trying to get out of here and go on to the front 9 where they can score a little bit better. They're seeing a lot of the brunt of the golf course here. So easy cleanup for him. He's going to move on to the front and try and get some of those shots back. All right, so here we're going to take a look at the 3 leaders of the tournament. And we got 2 guys at 5 under, and Grayson Huff and Joey Verzic, and then John Kiefer close behind at 4 under. So 3 of the guys right there in contention, battling it out together today. I'm going to see how it shakes out. All right, first off in the lead group, this is Grayson Huff, and he's playing for Army Master Sergeant James W. Ponder III.
Yeah, and Grayson is playing from Auburn University.
Nice smooth swing there, right down the middle. He's going to be off to a good start on number 1 at the Wigwam today. Next up, we got Joey Verzic, also tied for the lead at 5 under. Loving the Tommy Fleetwood haircut. That's awesome. Joey also rocking the hoodie. It's been a major point of conversation this year on the PGA Tour when Rory McIlroy showed up in a hoodie. So obviously Joey's on the same plan there, not afraid to have a conversation about whether hoodies should be allowed out here or not.
Yeah, and Joey's playing for Staff Sergeant Lillian L. Clamens, and he's from Pepperdine University.
Last up here, we got John Kiefer.
Mr. Hole-in-One from yesterday.
Mr. Hole-in-One himself, yeah, indeed. He's got 5 holes to get ready to back that up with another one, hopefully. Looks like he pushed that one out a little right, but I'll tell you what, plenty of times on this hole on the Wigwam, a little right is much better than a little left here. It just gives you a much cleaner look at the green, so he should be in good position. All 3 of those guys look like they're prime position, ready to go today, and they can build off of a successful first tee shot. As we take a live look at the leaderboard here, now everybody in the whole field's out on the golf course, and we'll start seeing some changes pop up.
Alrighty. Well, this is an exciting day, day 2. You know, the wind is blowing a little bit heavier than yesterday. So thank you for tuning in to the Patriot All-America presented by your Valley Toyota dealers. It's just an exciting event that honors our military and provides them educational scholarships for wives and children of fallen or severely wounded soldiers through the Folds of Honor Foundation. So as Zach mentioned earlier, each of these players has a commemorative pink bag with the name embossed on it of a soldier. And so after the tournament, the bags get shipped back to the Players University where they're auctioned off, and the money goes to the Folds of Honor Foundation.
Yeah, it's such a cool program. A lot of the kids, when they take the bag back to the school, you know, and they have the auction and stuff, somebody will come through and buy the bag, and they make a really generous donation, and a lot of times they will donate the bag back to the players so that they get to hang on to that and keep it forever. And I know for a fact that a lot of the kids do in fact do that. It's really special. Whether they win the tournament or not, it doesn't matter to them. It's just special to hold on to that. It's something that they don't get to do, and it's so different here that they really appreciate what we do here.
Awesome. So a little bit back to golf. What do you think is the hardest hole out here today at the Gold Course at Wigwam?
You know, I was looking at the scores from yesterday and trying to see what was playing hard yesterday. And funny thing, we just talked about John Kiefer and his hole-in-one on number 6. And number 6 was playing the hardest hole on the golf course. So he somehow found a way to get it done. You know, 2 of our par 3s out here, number 6 and number 3, they're actually right next to each other. They go opposing directions. And those were ultimately the 2 hardest golf courses, or 2 hardest holes on the course per the scoring average. So it really goes to show you, and I heard this a long time ago from a former Patriot player, that this golf course really comes down to how you play the par 3s. And if you're playing the par 3s well, the rest of the course, you can score. So get through those 2 holes, number 3 and number 6. Then you're going to go, the next 2 hardest holes are going to be number 1 and number 14. And the big deal with number 1 and number 14 is everybody else in real life gets to play those as par 5s, but these guys, they move the tees up just a little bit, and they get to play them as a par 4. So they really have their work cut out for them. It really doesn't change the golf hole all that much, but mindset-wise, it's really harder to score on a par 4. These guys they usually eat up the par 5s. That's kind of what they're built to do. They hit it so far, and so you put a par 4 in front of them that's longer than what they're used to or different, and other people get to play it as a par 5, and it just creates a little bit of doubt and a little bit of a question mark for them. So they think about it differently, and they move around different, and it's interesting to see that a hole that really doesn't play that long for them per se, it affects them so much mentally. And also goes without saying that if you have a green that's built as a par 5 green, usually you have people hitting sand wedges in there. And today these guys are trying to hit 4, 5, and 6 iron into a green that's built for a sand wedge. So it presents its own challenges. I mean, the green complexes are not built for these type of shots. So these guys are hitting shots that they probably normally hit. They're going to be going for these par 5s and 2 anyways if it was a par 5. However, they have kind of a buffer there of an extra shot available to them, and they don't have that today. They have to score there.
All right, that's interesting. And we are headed out to hole 18.
All right, we're watching approaches here into number 18. Yeah, this is looking like the 950 pairing.
Beautiful shot.
And that is, I believe, Jason Lee with a fantastic shot there. Coming out of the right rough. Just headed right for the pin. Another great shot there into 18. These guys are not afraid to hit driver here. They're hitting it awful close to the green. It makes the hole a lot simpler if they can just hit a wedge in there.
Wow.
All 3 in this group. They're just throwing darts out there today. So hopefully we can see some of these guys convert and make a birdie here on 18. They're rare, but they do happen. So 3 good looks. We'll hope we can see a couple here.
So you're mentioning that, you know, they changed 2 of the par 5s to par 4s for this tournament. Do you know why they do that?
So these kids are, I say kids, I mean, I'm kind of the wily veteran now. I'm 32 years old, but I still like to think I can play golf at their level, but it's really not the same anymore. They hit the ball so far. It's kind of a philosophy that's come into golf, especially lately. A lot of attention around Bryson DeChambeau, former Patriot participant, and how he changed his whole body and his whole game to get bigger and hit it farther because there's such an advantage to it. So a lot of these kids, like I was talking to a couple of them the other day, and their whole team is on like a huge workout regimen now, and they change their diet, and they're trying to get bigger and stronger and hit the ball farther, and it's so interesting to see what they're doing. But So in order to make this golf course play as hard as we do, we have to change their mindset. It's not that we changed the golf course so much, but we changed their mindset, and it's really interesting when you change a par 5 to a par 4 how they play more defensively than offensively.
Interesting. Thank you.
Looks like up first to putt here we got Patrick Welch. Rare to be below the hole here on 18 with a pin up front like that, and he hits a great putt, just doesn't get it to fall.
We got Jimmy Morton here.
Yep, he's got a next look at birdie here. His putt's going to break pretty good to the right as he comes across that hill. This whole green kind of slopes back to front, so he'll be looking at a downhill putt here, riding on the wind a little bit. We'll see if he can read this one correctly. Leaves it just below the hole there. Not a bad putt. Tough to read on that wind and really get a feel for what it's doing out there. It looks like the greens, they're not playing too fast, but they look like they got a lot of grass on them, so they're looking healthy. And I imagine if it stays windy like this, they'll dry out, and the putts are going to get faster and faster as the day goes on. So the challenge will increase.
In the hole.
That's right. So Jimmy gets out of there with a par. And now Jason Lee, the first one to hit in here, he hit a great shot. He's probably only got about 5 feet here. Straight at it, might fall a little bit to his left right at the hole, but not a lot here for him. So get out of here with a rare birdie. Interesting here today, we run a double tee here for the Patriot All-America, meaning the guys start off on number 1 and number 10 first thing in the morning. So we get the whole field out on the golf course at the same time. And unfortunately, Jason not able to capitalize on that great second shot he hit there. So he's going to get out of here with a par as well. Never a bad score, but obviously not what he wanted there. But as I was saying about the double tee, we get all the guys out on the course at the same time. But interesting, these guys are coming in right behind the leaders here who just teed off on number 1, and this is the third group here on 18. So a little bit of a backup here going on to number 1, and these guys are going to have to wait just a little bit before they get to tee off on the next 9 holes and close out their round. So interesting how that works out, but nothing these guys haven't seen before. They should be able to navigate it pretty well.
Yeah, and you saw our servicemen and women for all 4 branches of military are attending to those flags.
Yeah, we have a service member there on 18, and that way the guys get a little special treatment. They get to have the flag pulled for them by an honorary service member, and it's a pretty cool deal. We're over here at 16 now. The 10-20 group. This is Mason Anderson here, straight out of ASU.
Go Devils!
That's right, at both of our alma mater.
Yeah,
so
right.
we're watching Mason here pretty close.
Speaking of Arizona State, we're grateful to have some interns from the Walter Cronkite School, my alma mater, out here this year. Talia Macy and Alex Gelman, they're out helping us with the mobile cam.
Yeah, they're out there on the course chasing around the leaders and kind of getting some cool shots and perspectives, and hopefully we'll be able to bring them in soon and see how things are really going out there, see if they have anything to say about that cold wind. Mason with the second putt here. He left his first putt about 6 feet short. That's rare for these guys. They're usually very aggressive with their putter, so it's interesting to see the course is kind of doing what it's built to do and punishing people. So slides that one by on the high side, clean that up, and he'll be on to number 17.
So played this course so many times. Have you ever hit the ball into the water?
Yeah, occasionally that happens. It has happened before, yeah. So this, the 16th hole, I mean, especially tomorrow, we'll see it a lot. You can see out in front of, let's see here, I believe that's Jackson Palmer. Out in front of him, like towards the water, you see a red stake just the top of it there. And tomorrow the pin's going to be down in that little bowl. And that's where we see a lot of hole-in-ones because the ball kind of funnels down there, but we also see a lot of balls go in the water. It just, that's what it's built for, the ultimate risk-reward. So yeah, plenty of times I have seen the water here on 16 and several other places on the golf course as well.
All right.
Nice to see one go in the hole for a change. Given the signal, he made a 3 there, so he's on to 17 with the par on 16. Nice little overhead look there at the entire 16th hole. These guys are playing today. Looks like 16 is playing about 175 yards today. It makes it a lot more challenging. It was playing shorter yesterday.
All right, back to hole 1. We've got Ollie Osborne teeing up.
So, number 1, Ollie Osborne. He's playing for Army Specialist Robert E. Hall Jr.
And Ollie is from Southern Methodist University.
Just spoke about Bryson DeChambeau. That's his alma mater, so I'm sure that he's got a little chip on his shoulder and wants to get out here and make a name for himself. It's hard to live in the shadow of those big guys.
And Bryson DeChambeau, he is an alumni of the Patriot All-America. And
He
he
is,
won
yeah.
a big tournament this year, actually, right?
Yes, he did. He won the U.S. Open this year, and he did it in quite a different fashion than we're all used to watching. So it was pretty exciting. Seems like he's a pretty polarizing figure in the world of golf, but you know what? It's the fact of the matter is you still got to get the ball in the hole, and he did that better than anybody that week. So you have to applaud him for what he's doing out there.
Yeah. This tournament, the Patriot All-America, we call it the bowl game of college golf. This is where you truly get to see a lot of future professionals of golf. So it's exciting.
It is. You get to, like, being out there with the guys a lot. I get to kind of talk to them and get perspective on what they're trying to do and where they're headed with their golf careers and their life, and it's really interesting to hear their story. I mean, a lot of them are headed in the same direction, and then you come across guys like Charlie Musto, who comes out of the Naval Academy, and he's an elite college golfer, but he told me yesterday he's not even going to try and play pro golf. He's going straight into his career in the military as an intelligence officer for the Navy, and that's what he wants to do. You know, he's got a commitment coming out of the Naval Academy for a certain number of years, and he's going to honor that. And instead of playing golf, he's going to go do his military service.
That's really honorable, and luckily golf isn't going anywhere. So when he gets out.
Yeah, it'll benefit him the rest of his life. You know, they say a commander's best friend is the guy in his unit that can golf. So I'm sure that Charlie will be in good company there wherever he goes.
That's awesome.
All right, we got the 10
a.m. group
10
here.
a.m.
We are on hole 18. This is Sean Yu.
Yeah, he's playing for Air Force Captain Kermit O. Evans. And looks like he went a little deep here on his approach shot. He's got a long chip coming back down the green and over a pretty significant rise here. We're going to see if he can judge the speed on this one. It's not an easy chip shot.
Yeah, and Sean is playing from San Jose State University. excuse us, that probably isn't Sean Yu, but we will find him today.
He's definitely in that group. It's that's just that was the wrong one there. So we're gonna figure that out, and we're going back to number 1 here. This is Trey Fessler again. Looks like he sent his drive down the left side there. Gonna be a tricky second for him. He's got to navigate a couple of trees in front of the green. Looks like he'll have to hit a high second shot to get over those, and you never know in the wind. You hit it high, you never know what you're gonna end up with. Back over here to 18, the putt coming down the hill. All right, Jack Heath here on 16 with the chip shot. Little long here, long and right of the hole. He's got to chip it back up a hill and keep his speed good. That looks excellent. Oh, Jack with a great chip there. Puts himself in a good spot to make a par.
And Jack is playing for Marine Corps Captain Alan Rowe.
All right, not a lot that left there for Jack Heath. Great chip shot. That's tricky. You're looking right at that lake and a green that runs away from you, so not a lot to see there, but he sure didn't have any trouble. All right, we're going to switch it over here to our mobile cam. They're out here with the leaders. All right, back over here to 16. This is Trey Bosco with his birdie putt. Heck of a tee shot here. Just looking like 3 or 4 feet left here. A little right to left breaker. Oh, misses it just a little on the low side. Maybe had a little to do with the wind. The wind's blowing straight across that one. These guys having a tough time converting today. There's something out there we can't really see that they're facing. I know you heard it on the live feed. You can really hear the wind whipping their shirts around and blowing through the microphone. So they're struggling out there. Grayson Huff, one of our leaders, had a 50-yard shot there with a wedge in his hand, and he hit it in the water. You just don't see these guys do that very often. So there's something out there today, and it's going to be interesting to see how that comes around. All right, cleans up for par. Never a bad score, par, but definitely not what he wanted after he hit that one in there close off the tee. Putting for bogey. All right, so watching these guys out there in the wind, it's a different ball game today. Obviously, Grayson Huff, one of our leaders, gonna have a putt for bogey on the tough second hole in the wind. It's just one of those things. It's gonna be who survives the best today. It's tough out there.
Yeah, and you're watching the Patriot All-America presented by your Valley Toyota dealers. And thanks to all of our partners and sponsors, the West Valley Mavericks charitable organization, USAA, the Arizona Golf Association, JDM Partners, and the Golf Coaches Association of America. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll be back soon.
Patriot All-America presented by the Valley Toyota dealers. The West Valley Mavericks charitable organization, along with JDM Partners and the Wigwam Golf Club, the Arizona Golf Association, and the Golf Coaches Association of America are here for our 10th anniversary, partnering with the Folds of Honor Foundation to host the Patriot All-America. Those before us pursue excellence as well. You pursue excellence in the way you aspire to win, practice to be the best in your craft, and use your talents and skills to display the very best of yourselves in the spirit of competition. Looks at me and says, that's an interesting statement. I said, I want to be a golf pro and a fighter pilot. And his response to this statement
All right, we got Grayson Huff here on the second hole, trying to clean up what turned into kind of a mess here for him. The wind playing a huge factor. He's dropped a shot here at the fifth. He's back to 4 under now, which puts him 1 shot back of Joey Verzic, who I believe holds the lead by himself now. They're going to move on to number 3 here at the Wigwam. A lot of the membership here refers to it as the shortest par 5 around. It's actually a par 3, as I mentioned earlier. And it plays tough. I mean, it's just a long, hard par 3 with a complicated green. As we take a look here on number 18. Looks like we're watching the 10-10 group here on number 18. It's going to be Mitchell Holmes, Trevor Norby, and Reed Davenport. All right, we got a live look here on 16. Looks like Mason Overstreet here with the cleanup putt. Okay, yep. This is a 1040 group here on 16. Lynn Yuxon here with his putt upcoming. Straight up the hill here. Going to fall to his left as it gets above the ridge. Yep, there it goes right below the hole. Mason Anderson, a part of this, or Mason Overstreet, I'm sorry, a part of this group. Former champion here, the Patriot. Had a high finish last year as well. Looking forward to seeing if these guys can battle their way back into contention. So last here to putt's going to be Connor Howe. He's playing for Marine Corps Sergeant Nicholas S. Nolte. This putt's proven tough today on that wind. We just can't really tell how much the putts are being affected as they hit him, but looks like he didn't have any trouble there, so he's going to move on. Connor Howe looking to make up a few shots when he swings around here onto the front 9. All right, as we watch the leaders here on number 3 from the mobile cam. That was Joey Verzic here, and now we're looking at Grayson Huff. We'll switch it over here to number 1. We got Sean Yu. Nice smooth swing. Looks like he came off the toe just a little bit, but it went pretty straight. So he's not happy. Most of us out there probably would be extremely happy with that shot.
All right, up next we've got Logan McAllister.
Logan leaves his shot out there on the right half of the fairway, prime position with a good look at the green. He's gonna have a clean look here, see if he can get it on the complicated first green and get out of here with a par. That proved pretty tough yesterday. Number 1 playing as the 3rd hardest hole in the golf course.
Up next we've got Kyle Spencer. He's playing for Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Garner El Toro.
Great shot by Kyle there. He striped it down the middle. All right, we got the 10-10 group on hole number 18 here. Sorry, that's a correction there. 10-20 group here on number 18. Looks like these guys are kind of bunched up over there right of the fairway, but that's the safest play. It's the only place to miss, as we see a nice approach shot there.
We'll take that one.
Good distance control, keeps it away from the water and navigates the 2 trees right in front of him. Oof, we see our first victim there on 18 as ball bounces through the green right into the water hazard. He's not going to be happy about that, but again, the wind playing a huge factor. His ball never made it to the front edge of the green, and it just kind of blew it off track and right into the water.
All right, and our leaderboard has changed a little bit. We have 2 guys tied at a 4 under par. We have Spencer Cross from University of Tennessee and Maxwell Moldalvin from Ohio State University, and also John Kiefer. So all 3 of those.
3 guys just hanging around tough for the early holes today, and we'll see if they can maintain. Look here at Mason Anderson out of ASU. The best tee shot out of the bunch, but again, just trying to figure out that wind. It looks like they're playing their second shot downwind, which makes things a little complicated coming out of the rough. You're going to lose a lot of spin in the rough, and coming straight downwind, you're going to lose even more. So these guys are worried about putting the ball into the ditch, even if it lands on the green. So they're being really careful, and Mason there, a victim of the bunker on the front side, trying to land it short and leave himself with plenty of room to work with.
All right, so as we were saying, we have an update on our leaderboard right now. We've got 3 guys tied, 4 under par: Spencer Cross, Maxwell Moldovin, and John Kiefer. Trailing right past them is Grayson Huff and Joyo Versech.
Joey Versech.
Thank you for coming after that for me, Zach.
Yeah, you bet. Hey, these guys' names, they're not easy sometimes, and but they're out there, they're battling. It's I can see it already. The course is really gonna punish some guys today, and it's good for them. You know, a little adversity. They get to play all these golf courses where they have a lot better weather, or they have better conditions, you know, or whatever they have. So it's nice for me at least to feel like they're human. You know, it's like watching the guys at the U.S. Open struggle a little bit on the PGA Tour. It's fun for me to see my golf course put up such a fight. It's rare that these guys get a challenge like that, and it's nice to see that I'm not the only one that takes a beating out there.
Right, and if you want up-to-date information, scores, and stats, you can go to the website, patriotallamerica.com. Also, follow us on our social media channels. A lot of the players are posting photos from the course, so you can find us on Instagram and Twitter at Patriot All-AM and on Facebook at Patriot All-America.
You bet. Lots of links to the live feeds and ways to view everything that's been going on here. We had our opening ceremonies the other day on Sunday after we played in our AMM round. And I'll tell you what, if you can get on our website and check out the live feed of the speech by Dan Rooney, it was something special. I think something everybody should see out there. He had some really special words to say about being a golfer and being in the military, and he related things really well to all the guys, and they really ate it up. All right, this is our leaders here on hole number 3 with putts upcoming. Looks like John Kiefer there with his putt. Just couldn't get it to drop, but what a great putt. Good speed control. Read it well.
John Kiefer's playing for Army Staff Sergeant George T. Alexander Jr.
Looks like we got Joey Verzic up next. Little downhiller here on number 3, and this green, can't really tell from the camera angle, but this green has got some slope to it. It is very complicated, so these putts are never going to be easy, especially not to this pin location. But no trouble for Joey there as he cleans that up nice, and they'll move on to the number 4 hole, which is a par 5, an opportunity for these guys to score a little bit here, see if we can make a birdie or an eagle or two today.
So Zach, what's your favorite hole on this course?
Oh, favorite hole. It's tough to say. I mean, we have a lot of great holes here, but I guess the one that fits my eye the best on the scorecards, it says it's the hardest hole on the course. But number 8 just seems to be one that I really like. The tee shot, the second shot, and the green. I think it's hard, but it's fair, and everything's right in front of you. So I love watching and being able to. I love watching these guys play it and relating the way I play that hole to how they're playing it, and seeing if we can, if I can learn anything from them.
Certainly.
We watch the guys here on 18 clean up their putts. That looks like Jackson Palmer there. They'll be off to number 1, going onto the front side, which tends to be the more scoreable side on this golf course.
Here's our scoreboard. They're working on updating, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they are falling the same victim to us as the updates are a little delayed coming through the computer. So we haven't seen the same updates that we have, but it looks like the same names are still up towards the top of the leaderboard. I see that Noah Norton's crept into the top 10 there. He's hanging around. That's last year's champion. He hung around yesterday at even par, played tough, and then we got Tucker Clark and Trevor Werbelow, Jacob Skav Olesen, and Harrison Ott. I got the chance to play with Harrison, like I said, and boy, he hits a nice low ball too. So that's going to be why he hangs around through the day. He keeps it out of the wind, and then we got, here we go, back to number 1 for the 10-10 group. All right, Trevor Norby first to go here at the 10-10 group off of number 1 as they make the turn. Trevor with a nice high draw there right down the middle. This is Mitchell Holmes here playing for Navy Petty Officer First Class Thomas E. Retzler. Mitchell with a high cut over the tree there on the left. Also a very effective first shot here on number 1. They're all just kind of favoring that right half of the fairway down there and trying to get as close to that first green as they can get. That's the ticket here, is it doesn't accept shots with longer clubs very well. All right, we look back on number 16 here.
Sunny day out here at the Wigwam Golf Resort in Litchfield Park, Arizona, but it's not warm.
It's not warm and it's not calm out there in any way, and that goes for the players as well. It looks like they're a little unsettled with the way things are happening out on the course. So we look for a putt here coming from up out of the bowl. Come tomorrow, you're going to see the pin down there where he was standing somewhere, and they'll be trying to navigate hitting their first shot down into there without spinning it off of the hill into the water or pulling it left. And here, Wigwam, we got 3 golf courses. In the background, you get to see one of the other ones. That's the blue course in the background there. That's the famed 15th hole. It's a real island green, just like the 17th at TBC Sawgrass. Ours is a little shorter and probably a little less intimidating, but it is an island green nonetheless. So public out there enjoying their day as well, right next to the college players. So we watch Tyler Wilkes here putt down the hill. This is a slippery putt from the back of the 16th green. Really fast coming down that hill. Oh, Tyler hits the back of the hole and just can't get it to fall. It bounces out to the right there, so he'll clean that up. So in this group, we got Tyler Wilkes, Scott Eli, and Isaiah Jackson. Isaiah Jackson here with the putter in his hand, looking right up the hill at this whole location. The best place you could probably leave it, although it's difficult. He's standing right in the middle of a ridge. Isaiah is a former champion here at the Patriot All-America as well. 2 years ago, he was the champ in some of the worst weather we ever saw for the tournament. As he just runs the edge on his putt there, and he'll tap it in and move on to number 17.
Next up, we've got Tyler Wilkes putting it in the hole. All
right, these guys get out of that 16th hole. They got 2 more tough ones coming up, and then they're looking forward to the front 9, a little relief, although it's just a little. Interesting watching the guys this year. They get to choose whether or not they leave the flag stick in or take it out, and I've seen a couple of guys go either way. So it's interesting to watch what the college players prefer, but most of us have grown up playing without the flag stick in when you're putting. So I would imagine most of the guys still want to take it out if they're allowed to, and that's been the case today, although I've seen a couple that left it in. We're going to bounce back out to number 4 with the mobile cam. We're going to follow around the leader group, or the group right in front of the leader group, as they hit their approach shots into number 4, the par 5. And this is our leaders here. We got John Kiefer here, appears to be just outside of the bunker in the fairway. And we got Joey Verzich in the bunker here on the left, kind of up against the lip. He's not going to be able to get to the green from there. He's going to have to hit this, just a splash shot out of the bunker, and try to navigate this hole in 3 shots with a back left pin. That's about the most difficult pin you can see on number 4. It's all the way back there on the left, up on the knob. It's a tough shot. So he's going to take his chances with a wedge in his hand, and it would appear that John Kiefer's going to probably go for this in 2. I would imagine he's going to be looking to miss this out to the right, as he is going to have a complex shot. He's going to have both feet in the bunker here. These guys are just waiting here for the traffic on the green to clear up so they can hit their second shots there. Looks like Grayson Huff really pummeled a drive down there. He's got a long iron in his hands for a second shot, and makes it a lot more reasonable, although this pin is tough to get at even with one of those. The right side of the green is open, but it's going to be a long ways away from the pin, as the pin's kind of guarded by that bunker you can see in the front. and that's not an easy place to get up and down from. So those guys are going to be trying to dodge that thing as they get up towards the hole. Out of bounds long here as well, so it's risky, and the green falls off the backside. So you really got to be in full control of your distance here, paying attention to the wind, and flight in your golf ball the right shape here and the right height.
You are watching the Patriot All-America. You know, usually this tournament has a lot of attendees and fans. You know, this year we're just grateful that, you know, the tournament still went on, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting out there not seeing, like, we had our signature skybox on number 16. It kind of looks over 5 of the golf holes here, and it's usually got a pretty rowdy crowd out there. We're like the mini waste management over here, as the members like to think anyways. So it's usually pretty rowdy out there, but I tell you what, there's still plenty of folks out there following around the groups and cheering on their favorite guys, and so that's good to see. It's far from what we know as normal, but you know, there is no normal anymore in this era we're living in.
Yeah, and speaking of the Waste Management Phoenix Open, we're grateful to have the support of the Thunderbirds for this tournament as well.
You're right. The Thunderbirds are definitely an organization that the Mavericks have modeled their organization after in their charitable donations and their events and stuff like that. So it's good to see both organizations involved here and putting on a great event for the kids and really for the soldiers and their families that are involved as well. So we look back here at 18. This is going to be Jack Heath here. Putting, taps his in there on number 18. As I was talking about, some of the guys taking the pin out, some of them leaving it in. Jack's one of those guys that leaves it in.
Nice cleanup on 18.
All right, we're back to the leaders there on number 4. Looks like Grayson Huff just hit his second shot.
Let's come back to the studio. Hopefully you didn't get a little dizzy there.
Tough out there. I mean, the guy's still struggling around. It's nice to see them all moving through their rounds and looking for opportunities to score out on the golf course at Wigwam.
Definitely, and we just thank all of our sponsors for making this happen. The West Valley Mavericks charitable organization actually hit recently over $1 million in donations in the community, helping not only veterans causes, but women and children as well. We also thank USAA, JDM Partners, Golf Association of Arizona, the Golf Coaches Association of America. And all of this for this golf tournament is going to the Folds of Honor Foundation, which we said gives educational scholarships to spouses and children of fallen or severely injured men and women.
Yep, giving a little back to the people that give the most for us.
Yeah,
it's a great cause.
All right, back out here with the mobile cam.
Back to the leaders here. We're looking at Joey Verzic, his third shot after he hit out of the bunker there. He'll be looking to hit a wedge here. Firing at the pin a little bit is about the only club you can do that with. He doesn't look too thrilled with the result. right, as we look back here at 18, geez, a couple of great approach shots there. These guys are just firing right here at the pin. 18 looks like it's playing downwind a little bit, so they're going to be a little closer than usual, and they are taking full advantage. Mason Overstreet walking up the fairway there. Lynn Yuxin and Connor Howe all a part of this group. Be interesting to see. Maybe we can get somebody to convert one of these birdies here. All right, we go back to the leaders on number 4 here. Grayson Huff with his third shot. He laid up here just short of the bunker in front of the green, and he's going to have a tricky little flop shot to navigate here. It's going to be really affected by the wind. This is a shot these guys practice all the time, though. He's going to probably hit this full of spin, control the spin direction and the amount that he puts on it, and just flight it right in there next to the hole. Hopefully get out of here with a clean 4 and some momentum to get himself back in after a tough second hole. Exactly as I said there, he flights it in just left of the hole with a little bit of a right spin on it, and he navigated the wind very well and left himself with a short birdie putt.
All right, back to 18.
All right, we got these guys sizing up their putts here.
For updated scores, stats, and news, go to patriotallamerica.com. Check us out on social media, Twitter and Instagram at PatriotAM, and on Facebook at Patriot All-America.
All right, first up here to putt on 18, it's going to be Lynn Yuxin. Tough putt here. Nobody's been able to read it very well, but he looks like he may have done better than most, although he leaves it just a little short, leaving himself an easy cleanup for par. Mason Overstreet up here next. He's going to have a nice uphill putt. It will break a little bit to his left to start, and then it will straighten out. Mason is I believe, a 4-year veteran of our tournament here, and he won his freshman year, so he knows the course pretty well. He shouldn't have too many problems out here reading putts or navigating his way around. As he makes a nice birdie there on 18, the first one we've been able to see. Looks like Connor Howe already tapped in his birdie. He's I don't see another marker on the green, so he's already in for birdie. And Lynn Yuxin here to clean up his par, and these guys will be on their way. Tough putt to read there on that front edge of that green. He really wanted to go towards the water and down the slope, but the grain of the green and the way the slope is camouflaged, that putt goes left, and a lot of guys so far today have been misreading that. That's a tough one. Little local knowledge there. That's about the only way to get through that putt, and obviously Mason being here as much as he's been here, he had a little upper hand there. All right, Yuxin in for birdie. He's going to move on to number 1. Little upset, and it looks like I just couldn't see his mark there, but it shouldn't have too much in this one for Connor Howe. He's just going to clean up his birdie. All right, a pair of threes on 18. That's nice to see these guys getting in there and getting it done. Also, really great to see the amount of respect they have for the service members that are tending the flag here. A lot of the guys taking their hats off and shaking their hands and saying thank you here, and just goes to show you about the character of the kids that are playing in the tournament today. They really appreciate everything that's going on tournament-wise and help-wise, and they've all been very gracious, and it's just good to see. You know, there's a lot of good people out there in the younger generation, and I think we're in good hands.
Yeah, and it's interesting to know that this is an invitational. It's by invitation only. So, you know, these are the best of the best in college golf.
All right, we're back to number 1 here. We're checking out the 10:30 group that went off at number 10. That was Trey Bosco there, first to tee off. And then we got up next. We got Jack Heath here in the green pants, and he's looking good.
I like that foam green.
All right, Jack Heath just ripping high draw over the tree, riding the wind a little bit.
All right, next up we got Ben Epperly, and he's playing in honor of Marine Corps Sergeant Sean P. Martin.
Ben gets off the tee there, nice, right down the middle. All 3 guys in good position.
Ben's from Missouri Southern State University.
Interesting to see a lot of the guys out there having caddies this week. That's probably pretty rare for them. They don't get to play in a lot of events where they have a caddy, and so interesting to see some of them responding well and some of them not reacting so well to caddies. From what I hear, you know, it's tough out there. They got to learn to play a different game, and when you got a caddy on your bag, sometimes you feel a little pressure of playing for 2 people instead of just playing for yourself. So it's a learned skill to play with the caddy, and some of them giving it a try here because maybe next year they're not going to have a choice and it's going to be a permanent fixture. Looks like we got the leaderboard updated there. A lot of the same names and a couple others becoming a part of the conversation really quick. Looks like last year's champion Noah Norton's climbing up there. He's 2 under today through 6 holes. Still hanging in there is Spencer Cross, Maxwell Moldovan, Johnny Kiefer, Grayson Huff, Joey Verzich, and Dylan Minante.
You know some of the players here, so I want to ask you, is there someone that you're rooting for?
You know what? I'm pretty partial to Noah. Him and I got to be buddies last year, and so I've been kind of following along with what he's doing and how things are going for him, and so I love watching him play and doing what he does out there, and so I feel a little invested, but you know it's his game, you know, and I just I'll be whatever part of it I can, but I just like being a part, being able to watch him out there and do what he does. It was fun. Last year I played with him in the AMAM before the tournament started, and then I followed him all 3 days and watched him get the W. It was just a cool way to finish off a week of hanging out with him and learning about him, and he's something else. He's ranked inside the top 50 in the world right now, and his golf team at Georgia Tech is looking strong. So,
well, let's see if he gets a comeback. You know,
yeah,
would he be the first player to win 2 Patriot All-Americas?
I think we've had a repeat winner. I don't know if anybody's done it back-to-back.
Okay.
So I would imagine that he would be in rare company at the very least. But
we'll see. We've got some new names at the leaderboard. As we said, 3 guys tied right now: Spencer Cross, John Kiefer, and Maxwell Moldovan.
Yep, strong names on the leaderboard for sure. It'll be interesting to see as these guys get deeper in their round which direction the scores go. So far they're going up, which is to be expected in the wind here. It's just not a golf course that's friendly with the wind, and you don't see it here very often. So having to navigate that is something these guys probably haven't seen, even if they've been here before. You know, it's just one of those things. You never know what the weather's going to give you, and luckily these guys are better equipped to handle any and all of those conditions than most, so they should be okay, but it's not going to be easy.
Well, this is a great event, the Patriot All-America. This is where you will see the future stars of golf. There's actually 21 Patriot alumni that have played in the PGA tournaments.
Yeah, big fields here. I mean, you really are taking a look at guys that are going to be on TV playing golf in the next 2 or 3 years, and it's cool to be out there. You can get a lot closer to them here than you can at a PGA event or even a college event, and they hang out after the rounds at the restaurants here on property, and so people are able to get in there and get to know the players, which is really cool. It makes you feel like a part of something bigger, you know, and then they get to share all the stuff about what they're doing and what they're doing here at the tournament with the bag that they're carrying, and it just it's an inclusive event, and it's rare to see because golf's such an individual sport.
Certainly. Well, thank you for watching the 2020 Patriot All-America presented by the Valley Toyota Dealers. We are going to be back shortly, headed to a commercial break. Thank you for watching. I knew I could get you laughing a little bit, Zach.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Hoping for fallen heroes, second round of the Golfing for Fallen Heroes, second round of the Patriot All-America Invitational.
Patriot All-America.
Patriot All-America Invitational.
Big sports weekend all over the Valley, and of some of the best golfers in America.
84 of college golf's best players are taking part in the inaugural Patriot All-America Invitational.
The Patriot All-American, where benefits go to folds of honor.
Golfers from universities around the country represent a fallen service member.
Every player's golf bag has the name and branch and service of the fallen military member who they're representing right there on the bag.
And the tournament benefiting the Folds of Honor, which gives scholarships to families of injured and fallen veterans.
These are not just names, you know, these are people. They're just like you and me, and it's more than just them carrying that bag and going and playing golf. It's that they can remember someone that has made the ultimate sacrifice for us and trying to repay them in some small fee.
The name on my bag is Christopher Scherer.
Chris Kyle, First Sergeant Artegas.
We're good buddies.
Kyle survived 4 tours in Iraq.
Asked if I could honor Christopher.
What if the college players played in memory of American heroes?
There's actually a documentary made about him. To be able to have his name on my bag is such a privilege. Kind of made it more on a personal level to me and like who I was actually playing for.
Thing about college golfers is how far they hit the ball.
Is the best of the best. This is the elite future stars of tomorrow.
You really have to bring your game to come and win a tournament like this.
This is right online.
I hope everybody gets to experience this because this is neat.
You're going to see the guys that'll be on television for years to come.
What makes this tournament so unique is that they are not just playing for themselves. They're playing for a fallen soldier who has sacrificed himself for the betterment of our country.
On your golf bag, but then those golf bags are going to be auctioned off, and that the proceeds of those are going to go to the Folds of Honor Foundation. So they're really able to help the families of those military members who have been killed in action.
This is a golf course that challenges the best golfers in the country.
Field. It's the best of the best. I mean, if you can play well here, it means a lot. I mean, people are watching this tournament, and it's a marquee event for sure.
Good morning. Welcome to the second round of the 2019 Patriot All-America.
Things I really like about the UMB culture is just the leadership and commitment to our communities that we're in. I love that we not just provide monetary donations to organizations, but we also give associates the opportunity to volunteer.
One of my most proudest moments is being able to volunteer for one of the 501c3s that I'm passionate about.
There's not a time where I don't talk to people who don't work at UMB, but they know UMB, and oftentimes they're saying, oh, that's a great bank or something like that. And just knowing that you work for a company that has such a great reputation in the city and gives back to the city that you live in, that's really something to be proud of.
What does more mean to us? For more than 100 years, we've been laser focused on staying financially sound. But we're more than just the bottom line, much more. What enables our success is giving you the financial tools to become more. We help create value by being here to serve you, helping deliver results that help you grow your business, by making sound decisions quickly, getting you what you need when you need it, by finding ways to help you, making what you need happen, by being a culture that celebrates success to inspire more. More founders, owners, and leaders. More merchants and mavericks. More achievers, creators, and dreamers. More trailblazers, trendsetters, and explorers. More local heroes. More global champions. We're empowered advocates enabling the people we serve. One person, one business, one community at a time. When we do our jobs well, we discover things that are sometimes hard to count, but that you can always count on from us. At the end of the day, every day, our commitment is less us, more you. UMB. Count on more.
Here we are at the Patriot All-America 2020 edition, round 2 at the Wigwam Gold Course here in Litchfield Park. We are looking at some leaderboard changes due to some wind and unforeseen circumstances out there for the guys. They seeing this golf course in a little different light today. We're going to bounce out to number 6 here. Our mobile camera is following the leaders around today. And this is our lead group here as they prepare to play what was the hardest hardest hole on the golf course yesterday. And we're going to see if they can survive it again today. Although one of the guys in this group did pretty well yesterday. We had John Kiefer made the only hole-in-one on the course yesterday on this very hole. And obviously, I think he'll be looking to repeat that if he can.
Yeah, he might as well just do it again.
That's right.
Yeah, I got a message from Greg Ellis, our co-host that was with me yesterday, and he just said he wanted to let us know that there has not been a repeat champion of the Patriot All-American. So
that's good to know. Yeah, I couldn't remember if I thought one of the big-name guys had got it done, but I know that we talked about Mason Overstreet a little bit, and he was very, very close to defending his title, even 2 times. So like, he could have made it happen and been a 3-time champion here. He's seems to find a way on this golf course to get it done. So fun to watch him out here. I know he struggled yesterday, but I'm sure we'll see him bounce back. Obviously, we saw him birdie 18, and that's pretty rare. So hopefully something to build on for him.
Yeah, it's a good competition. You know, the wind threw in a little curveball, and it seemed to help some of those players, you know. And
yeah, it's gonna flush out the guys that can't control the flight of their ball, and it's gonna give the guys that really know how to move around a golf course a little advantage today. So we'll see the leaderboard tighten up a little bit, I think, and in places, and I think the leaderboard will get some space in others. You know, it's just one of those things. That's the way golf works.
As the green is cleared, Grayson Huff will take the first shot on the par 3, hole 6.
Here watching Grayson Huff, number 6 here. Pin here on number 6 today is going to be all the way in the back edge of the screen, but right in the middle, so probably the easiest pin on the screen.
Grayson Huff shot on 6. On the green. It's now Joey Versich from Pepperdine University. Approaches the tee box. That's Joey Versich. Looks like he landed on the green there. It's now John Kiefer. Will take his shot on hole 6, par 3, the last of 3. Flying about 160 today. Here at the 6th hole.
Looks like it's playing a little bit downwind out there today, and these guys, that with the pin where it is, that's about the most favorable wind they could get. They got lots of green to work with.
As Kiefer looks on at his ball, and he lands that one right on the green. Seems as though all 3 of the leaders on the green here at hole 6 as they make their way to the green.
All right, we bounce bounce back over to 18 here. We got the 11 a.m. group of David Perkins, Ben Rebney, and Andy Mao. Tricky little pitch there from the side of the green, but it read well, as a lot of guys putting from over there have played a considerable amount more break and had a lot of trouble from there. All right, we head over to number 16 here, Wigwam Gold Course.
All right, we've got the 11-10 group, AJ Ott, Michael Fiegels, and Tom Catenses.
These guys look like they navigated the tee shot pretty well here, put themselves in decent positions to have a look at birdie. All right, we bounce back out to 6. So watch the leaders' putts here on number 6. We see the scores there for the lead group. They have changed quite a bit. Looks like Joey Verzic struggling a little bit today. He's 3 over for the round. Grayson Huff's going to be 1 over for his round, and John Kiefer just kind of hanging around at even par. So we take a look back at 16 here. And we look here at Charlie Musto from the Naval Academy. Looks like he's cleaning up his par, and it just goes all the way around. Unfortunate luck there for him.
Yeah, Charlie's playing for Navy ensign Joshua Caleb Watson.
Got another putt up and coming. This one's been tough for these guys to read all day. It's just dependent upon the wind. When it gets over the little rise about 3 feet from the hole, if the wind hits it, it goes hard left, and if the wind doesn't touch it, it seems to scoop past the right. So it's one of those putts where you could fall victim either way. Well read there, just ran out of speed.
Great shot.
All right, we bounce it back out to 6 in the mobile, and John Kiefer here with his birdie putt. Up the hill, gonna fall to his left a little bit. Oh, leaves it dead in the heart, about a foot short. He'll clean that up for par. Disappointed, I'm sure, although being as difficult as it's been playing number 6, a par is a great score. Back to 18 there, and a little look at the leaderboard.
Headed back to our mobile cam.
We got Grayson Huff here with his putt upcoming. Really grinding it out, trying to get a feel for the speed today. The greens must be playing a little different with the cold air and the wind. I wonder if the grass isn't quite growing as much as usual. As he slides that one by the right side there.
A little tappy in the hole.
That's right. Clean it up, move on, get to some more holes you can score on here. Gonna have Joey Verzic. Looks like he's cleaning his up for par as well. These guys won't make any splashes on the leaderboard, which is probably good news at this point because all the splashes are going the wrong way.
All right, cleaning up there on 6.
See the leaders move on to number 7. It's a tricky little par 4, but if you can navigate the tee shot and get your ball on the green, there's definitely birdie opportunity. So we head back out to 18 here.
Well, you are watching the 10th annual Patriot All-America hosted by your Valley Toyota dealers. Thank you for joining us. I'm with Zach Coe here. I'm Jennifer Evans, and we're just grateful to be able to be here to see good golf. The college, we call this the bowl game of college golf, right? Because we have some of the top collegiate golfers in the nation, from the military academies in a few countries internationally.
Yeah, we do, and like Arizona's pretty famous for hosting a lot of the football bowl games anyways, so we got the good weather. So kind of put that together. The West Valley Mavericks and the Thunderbirds got their heads together and decided why not host a collegiate event out here at the same time and bring a little college golf to the Valley of the Sun while there's not much else going on.
Right. All right, we're here at the first tee, and this cam is brought to you by the Thunderbirds.
All right, upcoming here, the tee shot for Ben Rebney. Can definitely see it looking at the players this year, the different look they have, their body shape. They look so much more like athletes than they used to. The guys are broad shoulders and strong legs, and they're really seeing the benefits of hitting the ball farther and being more athletic. So you're seeing the sport of golf kind of evolve as we go, and they're just making it more and more athletic.
All right, we got David Perkins.
David going with a high cut over the tree on the left. Be out there right next to the other two guys in the rough possibly, but he should have a decent look at the green from there.
And David is playing in honor of Army SSG Roy P. Lewis Sater Jr.
All right, so we're back on 16 here. The 11:30 group, Briggs Deuce with his birdie putt upcoming. He hit it into the middle of the green here. He's got a decent look at it. It's going to climb the hill here and then fall off to his left.
And this 16th hole cam is brought to you by Ultra Safe.
Oh, Briggs with a great run at that putt there. Sends it up the hill, misses just a bit on the low side, but great effort.
Yeah, and Briggs is playing for Army Sergeant Alberto D. Montrond.
As we look at another birdie try here, this putt's a big swinger from right to left. What a great read. Just going to run out of speed before it gets to the hole, but another good birdie putt there. These guys look like they're starting to get a feel for the speed, and hopefully we get to see some of these start falling in. Most of the groups here getting ready to close out their opening 9 holes. A few groups have 2 or 3 left as they move through their rounds. So we're coming close to the halfway point here today. We'll some finish their first 9. The rest are going to be finishing their 18. So we'll try to keep you updated on the scores as much as we can as we take live looks out on the golf course as well.
Our leaderboard is tied at 3 with John Kiefer, Maxwell, Moldovan, and Grayson Huff. And our leaders are all tied at 4 under par. Our mobile camera is now live.
7.
Hole 7. Looking for a rule official is John Kiefer.
Our rover cam is brought to you by USAA.
John Kiefer's on his second shot here in the fairway. At hole 7, par 4.
Tough tee shot to navigate here. John Kiefer did it perfectly. There's a pair of bunkers out in the middle of the fairway, and it makes the target really narrow, but he seemed to squeeze it in there into the fairway no problem. He's going to be looking right at it for his second shot.
That one's going to be on the green. Nice shot there by John Kiefer. His second shot.
Pin tucked all the way on the right there on number 7 today. Just 12 paces off the front, which puts it really only about 3 paces behind the bunker.
At 7. Ball right by the rake. See what we have to do here at hole 7. This is Grayson Huff from Auburn University. Currently at 4 under today.
What happens here, Zach?
So it gets a little tricky. The rules
Off with the leaders at 10:40.
The rules here are complicated because when the ball rests against the rake, it depends on whether the rake is in the bunker or out of the bunker. And so likely what's going to happen is if he moves the rake, his ball is going to move. That's why he's waiting for a rules official. The question is going to become whether he has to play his ball where it comes to rest when it moves, or if he gets to replace it where it sits right now after he moves the rake. Obviously, the rake's a man-made obstruction, and it's free to move the rake because it's not an integral part of the golf course. However, what happens after he moves the rake is what is important here. So they're going to make sure that he calls a rules official over to watch what happens, and helps him make the right decisions here.
Grayson Huff's drive here. Let's take a listen in.
All right, so he moves the rake here. His ball did not move, and his ball is now in play as it lies. So
Grayson Huff gets ruling from the rules official, able to pick up that rake. And now he looks for his second shot here on hole number 7 as he approaches the green at 4 under.
interesting debate among golfers whether or not to leave the rakes in the sand in the bunker or on the edges where he found that one. I guess as far as I'm concerned, I watched Augusta National and home of the Masters and like probably the holy grail of golf, and they tend to put the rakes in the sand. So I've always kind of operated on that principle, but I don't think there is a written rule about that.
Grayson Huff with his second shot. See where that landed up top of the bunker. Should be on the green as we make our way to the green at 7 with the leaders.
Pin on 7 there, tucked right over the top of that bunker, 2-3 steps on the green. It is not easy to get at, so you're going to see a lot of guys having a downhill putt from behind that pin, and that's no easy feat either. Number 7 playing tough today. All right, we got Grayson Huff here. He's going to be chipping here for his birdie. Good position to be in. Unfortunately, he's not on the greens, and he just found the edge of that first cut of rough. So he's got a complicated chip shot here. He's got to make sure that he can slide that wedge through the grass.
Grayson Huff with his third shot. On the fringe.
As you can see, he really only has about 2 steps of green between the front edge and the pin, so he does not have a lot to work with. He will likely let this ball bounce before it gets onto the green surface in the fringe, and then roll up the hill towards the hole and slow it down that way.
Or he could just hit it in.
I'm sure that that's what he had in mind there. He went right at it, but he did the smart thing and left himself a nice easy putt uphill instead of having the tough one coming back down. So
Yes, he did.
Joey Verzic got a little bit easier one. His ball's not up against the rough cut there, so he's got a clean swipe at it. He'll be able to put some spin on it and get a little more aggressive, and just about puts that in.
That was a beautiful shot.
Tap in that for par here on the par 4-7. Joey Verzic remains at 2 under today. Now John Kiefer, 4 under in the tournament. Has this putt for birdie.
John Kiefer with a great second shot in there, leaving himself a nice, easy birdie putt, looking right at it. A little downhill, not too much to see here. No trouble for these guys.
Birdie putt here for John Kiefer, hole number 7.
Watching Grayson Huff here clean up his par on number 7 as they move through the front 9 of their round.
Huff sinks that short putt as he makes his way over to the 8th hole at 4 under in the tournament, 1 over today. As the leaders make their way over to the 8th hole.
All right, we're going to bounce over to number 16 here. We got a little bit of a tricky shot here. Some relief required from the camera equipment. Looks like we're going to have to take a little drop from a ground under repair, or some of the, either that or some of the camera equipment was in the way. So to size up his pitch shot here, it won't be an easy one as he has to cross a whole green and up a ridge. Distance control is paramount here. He cannot be long with this one, and short is not very good either.
Looks like he's right up by the leaderboard there, right?
Yeah, so we have our camera on a little lift there, and he's right underneath it. But you see the white line painted in the grass. Obviously, we had a little, I mean, as it goes, when you overseed here in Arizona, like, you don't get perfect coverage every time, and it looks like he may have fell victim to that or fell victim to our camera equipment being in the way. But as I said, he could not go long, and you watch his ball race away from the hole and towards the water. Anytime tomorrow, that's going to be a great shot, but today he's going to have a struggle to make par, and it won't be an easy bogey either.
We're here on the 16th hole at the Patriot All-America Invitational. This cam is brought to you by Ultra Safe.
All right. And we're watching Vishnu Sandagopan putting on 16 here. His birdie attempt straight up the hill at this one. Should be able to give it a good run. Oh, it just falls a little short. These guys are having trouble with the speed of the greens today. I've seen a lot of short putts. Obviously, they were expecting them to be faster, and they're not seeing it. And looks to me like that may have been a product of the wind. The way the wind howls up on top of that hill there could have knocked some of the speed off of his ball, but
Yeah, that wind is blowing. Look at that flag.
yeah, it's really starting to whip the flags around out there pretty good, and it's changing directions, and it's actually currently blowing in a direction you don't see very often here, so that makes it even more complicated. Putting from out of the punch bowl there, he's got to control the speed once again. This is a heck of an effort. Oh, burns the edge. Almost sneaks out of there with a par. That would have been impressive. But I'm sure that he's happy to get out of there with 4 after the first 2 shots he hit.
Nice little taparoo.
Yeah, he's gonna be frustrated, obviously, but there's positives there. I mean, not every shot's a good one, and you got to do some damage control sometimes. So. All right, as we head back out to number 18 here and catch up with the 11-10 group of AJ Ott, Michael Fiegels, and Tom Katzens.
And this 18th hole cam is brought to you by UMB Bank.
approach shot incoming here on 18. Looks like we already have one good one. That one falls short in the bunker. These guys having a hard time with that wind again. Playing straight downwind on their second shot. They're just trying to get their distances right, and sometimes the ball flies and sometimes the ball gets knocked down. It's just hard to read. Send another one just rolling past the pin. So take a look back over at the number 1 tee shot here. Got some more guys making the turn. This here is Michael Fiegels on the tee here, number 1. So Michael sends one down the left side here. Now we're looking at AJ Ott here with his shot upcoming.
And he is playing for Petty Officer First Class Jeffrey A. Lucas.
AJ, a left-hander, hit a nice cut shot around the corner of that tree there. Following the fairway the whole way.
I've noticed a few players with, either phones or notepads in their back pockets. What do they got going on there?
So most of those are what you're seeing are scorecard wallets. Okay. And they, most of the time they help protect the scorecards when it's hot out. The guys are out there walking around carrying their bags. They do get a little sweaty, so they make these leather wallets, and they put their scorecard inside of them so they don't ruin their scorecard.
Has that typically been done by golfers in the past?
Yeah, it's been around for a long time. So the schools all have their custom ones, and the guys all get their name on them, and they probably get a new one just about every year because they'll wear them out. I mean, you're talking walking anywhere from 4 to 7 miles around, and a lot of their golf gets played in the spring or in warm climates, and they will go through a scorecard wallet, no problem. So they tear them up pretty good, but a lot of the guys will hang on to those for a long time as well, and use them into their pro career and things like that. So you'll see them there too. The guys that have them sticking out of their pockets on the PGA Tour as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. We are back on the 18th hole.
This is the 11-20 group. Charlie Musto, Jonathan Walters, and Bradley Wright.
Everyone's having challenges today getting these putts in.
Yeah, I tell you what, that putt on the front of that green is so hard to read. It goes against everything your body wants to tell you it does. And we take a look here at Charlie Musto out of the Naval Academy again. And I got to watch Charlie hit some shots last night in our junior clinic, and it's good to see him out here and competing with the guys. He's got a different career path than most of them, but just as admirable, and we'll see if he can read this one right. It does. It just can't get it to go down on the left side of the hole there. All right, we're sending it back out to the leaders on number 8 here as we watch these guys clean up their putt. We see John Kiefer first to hit his approach shot here into number 8. Number 8 typically is the number 1 handicap or the hardest hole on this golf course. For these guys, once they navigate the tee shot, it doesn't seem to play that way. They kind of tear this one up.
And our rover cam here is brought to you by USAA.
Fairly accessible pin here. I'm going to guess that he slid that one off the right edge of the green. The only place you can't miss this one is on the right. That pin sits a couple steps off the right edge and behind a little bit of a knob. So if you get it moving past that hole very much, it will suck it right off the green in about 10 feet below the pin and 30 to 40 feet away. So these guys are left with a super difficult pitch if they miss that green on the right. So you'll see a lot of balls here aimed over the left half of the green to keep it away from that possible circumstance.
All right, we've got our leaderboard here changing up a little bit. But staying fairly consistent. We've still got 3 golfers in the lead, 4 under par. We've got Johnny Kiefer, Maxwell
Moldovan?
I'm really having trouble with that, but
It's a tough one.
I'm working on it. Moldovan, I like it. And I'm going to get it down. And Grayson Huff.
Yeah, leaders. Two of the guys in the lead group are just hanging right around the top there, as you would expect. You know, these guys are groomed to be winners from a very young age. You know, and the teaching and the tools they use to build golfers from a young age are very different from what I had available to me growing up, and it's amazing to see how young they get good, you know, and it used to take a lot longer time to get there, and now it does not. So we look at Grayson here on number 8, his second shot. He found himself right behind one of our sprinkler controller boxes, and I think he was asking the rules official about getting relief, although he probably doesn't need it. He'll be going right over the top. It is very distracting to have to look at that while you're hitting. All right, so bringing it back to us here. We're watching the leaders there on number 8 hit their second shots. They'll be up by the green here soon, and we'll get it back out to them. But we're gonna take a quick look here at the special pin we've been talking about on number 16 for tomorrow. We have a history here of putting a pin in a location where we see quite a few hole-in-ones, and what's more exciting than watching guys make a 1? I have no idea. So here's a little special intro into what we have in store for you guys tomorrow.
The 10th annual Patriot All-America, where Americans compete while honoring our nation's fallen soldiers. December 29th through the 31st, live from the Wigwam. For live coverage, go to patriotallamerica.com. The future stars are here. The 10th annual Patriot All-America Invitational begins now.
the Wigwam Gold Golf Course, great golf course, but we have fun with this hole. It's a hard par 3 except for the last day. On the last day, we have an interesting situation with this bucket section of the green where everything around it rolls down toward the hole. And you can see from our Patriot point on the ground that we put the hole location about here. Let's tell you what happens. The balls come off the slope. If somebody hits it in the right place, it rolls down, and we might have a hole in one. We've had 6 of them, so we have a lot of fun the last day. The players really enjoy this one, and you might see some of the players practicing to it if we don't finish this quickly. When you're playing to a hole like this, with the proximity of the water just to the left of the green,
All right, we got a live look here on 18 again. You're watching the guys clean up their putts here, and believe we're looking at the last group to go through 18 here that started on the back nine, and we'll be coming around to the guys finishing up here real soon. All right. That was Vishnu Sandagopan cleaning up his putt there on number 18.
Good, man. How are you? Hi, Jennifer. Nice to meet you.
How would you like me to introduce you?
Rusty Finley. Yeah.
Okay. General?
If you want to use that, that's fine. But if you don't want to, that's fine too.
All right. Retired general? Hi, we're live in the studio at Patriot All-America, and I am honored to be able to interview retired General Rusty Finley today, and he is from the organization C4 Vets. So, Rusty, thanks for being here today.
You're very welcome.
Yes,
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, and I would love if you would share with us a little bit about your organization, your mission, and your impact.
Okay. Well, the organization is called C4 Vets, as you said. It stands for Supporting Education and Employment for Veterans. And we started about 7 years ago. And we got started. We were looking for a niche. There's a lot of veterans organizations out there that are helping a lot of different causes and doing some really good work. But we did find a hole, we thought, a gap, and that was at the community college level. So we started out with about 3 or 4 community colleges here in Arizona that we offered our support to, and it's grown like gangbusters. I'm telling you, we're supporting approximately 10 colleges here in Arizona now, community colleges. We've got support programs that are established across the western states, and we didn't advertise for that. They came to us and said, hey, is there any way you can help us? But basically what we do is we have scholarships, we have tutoring programs that we help. It kind of depends on what the college decides that they need for their student veterans. And we get really good reviews from the student veterans. We've helped, to this point in time, we've impacted almost 2,000 student veterans and their families. And we also, during this COVID time, we had to flex a little bit just like everybody else, and we set up what we called COVID emergency relief funds, where we actually granted some money to the colleges, and when, say, some of the veterans might have lost their jobs in the the aftermath of COVID, and they needed a little bit of help with their rent or whatever, and we were there to help them out. So it's yeah.
I love to hear of nonprofits that are adapting to the times, because everyone has needs. So, thank you for what you do. And I know that you guys are partners with the West Valley Mavericks, so I'd love to hear about how they've helped your organization.
Well, they've done an exceptional job of helping us. We have two major fundraisers every year, one a golf tournament here at the Wigwam and another one on the east side, usually at TPC. But we also get great support from organizations like the West Valley Mavericks. In fact, over the course of the last 3 years, I believe they've granted us $11,000 to help our student vets, and we've used that money locally here on the west side of town to help at Glendale through our program at Glendale Community Colleges, which is one of our most robust programs, and also we've got a kind of a startup program at Estrella Mountain Community College just down the street here from the Wigwam. The West Valley Mavericks have graciously and generously helped us out. So they're a great organization. I know several of them, and they're just really, really good folks that are doing great things out here in the West Valley to get things going. I admire them and thank them for strapping on the Patriot and working it now too. So
awesome. If a veteran is interested in getting helped by you, do they go through the community college, or how do they, apply?
The community, usually our point of contact is the veteran service coordinator at the community colleges. We know all the presidents, and we do periodic visits to visit those folks. Not so much in the last year, obviously. But to go check and see if there's anything else we can do. But the students will go through the veteran service coordinators. They advertise it. We go to the school sometimes and make pitches to the veterans to let them know what we're here to offer. But generally, it's coordinated through the Veterans Affairs office at the community college, and that's how those young men and women that have served our nation and duly deserve all the support they can get assisted by C4 vets for them and their families. And indeed, we do many. The thing about the community college student that's a little bit different than, say, the major universities is a lot of these young men and women that are coming out of the service and going to the community college, they just want to get back on track in their education. They've done a 4-year tour, 6-year tour, whatever, in the military and served their time. Majority of them in this day and time have deployed overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan. So they're a little bit older, and a lot of them got families. Generally, most of them do. So they're trying to support a family while they're still trying to keep their education moving. And so we're there to support them, and with the help of the West Valley Mavericks, and others, I think are doing an exceptional job. To this point in time, we're almost at $400,000 of support across the board to the colleges that we support and the programs we support.
Excellent. So I just want to say thank you for serving our country, General Finley, and thank you for what you're doing with C4 Vets. And is there anything you'd like to say to the West Valley Mavericks?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I met with them, and I actually tried to help them out a little bit as well, because I appreciate their cause and all the stuff that they're doing. So I'm here to help them if they need some help too, in terms of contacting some folks and trying to get a little more support for their efforts too, because they are great efforts that they're doing.
All right. Well, we've got that on camera, so we'll hold you to it.
I'm good for it. I'm good to my word. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're back live on number 16 here, watching some guys finish up. Patriot All-America, day 2. About halfway through the round for most of the guys. Actually, I'm sorry, for the leaders, about halfway through the round. The rest of the guys are going to be starting to finish up here real quick. All right, we're taking a look here back on 18 here. We got Thomas Hutchinson, Noah Woolsey, and Jackson Suber here trying to close out their round. This will be the first group to finish here off of number 18. Rolls that one in nice. Little cleanup work there for Noah. Like to see that guys hanging around, watching everything that happens and giving a nice handshake to our armed forces here, taking care of the flags for us on the 18th hole. So we go out to number 10 here. Live look at the leaders one more time. This is Joey Verzic teeing off, number 10.
Great drive there by Verzic. Verzic even now on the tournament. As John Kiefer approached the tee box at 2 under.
All right, we've got 4 golfers tied for the lead right now at 4 under par.
That one goes far left. We'll see where that one lands up when we get up by the fairway. As the leaders make their way to the fairway of hole number 10.
All right, you heard him. They're starting the back 9 here, the lead group on Wigwam Gold Course, number 10. Out in the middle of the fairway, we have a significant leaderboard changes coming at you today. Some guys, seems like a lot of leaders are coming back to the field, and everybody's kind of getting bunched up a little bit. So we're going to take a look at that a little bit and try to keep you updated as we look at number 18. Got the 940 group here on 18 coming in, finishing up their day. They were off early this morning. We got Joshua McCarthy, Hunter Elkhorn, and David Laskin. Hunter Eichhorn.
Yeah, and our leaderboard now is Hunter Wolcott, John Kiefer, Maxwell Moldovan, and Grayson Huff. Hole 18 Cam is brought to you by UMB Bank.
Looks like we got 4 guys in tied for the lead right now at 4 under. A couple of guys hanging around at 3 under, 2 more at 2 under, and 4 more at 1 under par, leaving 12 guys under par today, and a few more hanging around right at even par. So not a lot of birdies to be had out there. We're just looking to tough this one out. I think these guys are putting up a good fight, and we'll see who survives this one. It's David Laskin here at the University of Arizona. Got a chance to watch him yesterday, be a part of our junior clinic as well. A great shot out of the bunker there.
For full updates and stats and the score, check out our website, patriotallamerica.com. And don't forget to join our social media channels, Twitter and Instagram at PatriotAllAM, and on Facebook at PatriotAll-America.
Nice effort there, coming back down the hill towards the hole. He'll tap that in for his par. All right, bounce it back out to the leaders here on number 10. These guys getting a rare opportunity to play number 10 downwind. All right, we go back over to number 16. Chip Thompson, Tucker Clark, and CJ Easley coming through here. Nice pitch there. Gets it up close. Should have a reasonable look at par there. The 16th hole cam brought to you by Ultra Safe. Looks like we got another victim of hitting the ball a little too far on number 16. You creep over the top of that hill, you're not going to like what you find on the other side. Coming back that way is not an easy feat. As I suspected, coming back over the top of that hill, he's landed on that on a downslope, and the ball just runs and runs away from you there. It's a very difficult pitch shot. He tried to hit it into the hill to slow it down and must have missed his landing spot by just a little bit as that ball rolls clear to the front of the green. All right, we're back here in studio, and I got a little guest here with me. This is Jackson Suber, one of the 2020 Patriot All-America participants. Jackson's a veteran to this event. How many years you been here?
This is my third year.
Third year here. So Jackson started out yesterday. I would imagine that he would say yesterday was kind of a tough day. Tell us what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I've had some success here in the past, and yesterday just did not build on any of that and had a really rough start, but I finished strong today after another rough start. So
Yeah, you sure did. You cut 7 shots off your round yesterday today. Is that right?
5 shots.
5 shots. Sorry. All right, 5 shots off. Out there in the wind. How's the wind today? You don't see wind at Wigwam very often.
Yeah, it's definitely playing tougher. It's a lot harder out there today, and there's a couple holes too that the tee boxes were stretched a little farther back, and so you definitely had to flight the ball a little more and think about some things.
Yeah, definitely. The wind's an interesting direction as we've been watching in here, but yeah, they pulled the tee box back on number 8 on you guys, making a number 1 hole on or number 1 handicap hole on the course, playing about 40 extra yards. How'd that shake out? Does that put that bunker in play for you guys on the left?
Yeah, actually, I think I was short of it today.
Oh wow!
But I actually hit a 7 on the green and then made like a 30-footer for birdie. So
Bingo. Well, hey, that's picking up some shots on the field. I would imagine that's not an easy feat.
Yeah, for sure.
Good, man. Well, so tell us, what's your favorite thing about coming here to the Patriot? Like, what do you like the most about it?
Just the people that run it. Everyone, the West Valley Mavericks, the Thunderbirds, everyone at the Wigwam and the Golf Coach Association. They just do a great job of making this a completely different field than any other tournament we have, and it's really cool to play in this.
Yeah, I mean they take pretty good care of you guys. They put on some dinners and give you guys some good swag, and you like the story, or like the plot line of having a soldier on your bag as well.
Yes, it really brings a lot more significance to your round, and it really means a lot more if you're not playing good, because then you can kind of think about perspective and the families and people that have gone through things that are a lot worse than playing a bad golf round. So
definitely, I can definitely relate to that, man. Like you're playing for more than just yourself this weekend, and I know you get to play golf on a team at college, and so that's a little bit relatable. But having a whole nother person that you almost feel responsible for out there is kind of a big deal, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's a pretty cool part of the Patriot that we get to do here. But so let's get back to some more golf stuff. What do you think the toughest hole on the course was today? I looked at yesterday's stats, and believe it or not, number 6 played the hardest yesterday.
Yeah, 18's playing sneaky tough right now.
That pin's tough up front there. Nobody's reading that putt.
No, and a lot of people are bombing it up there with driver, and you kind of get a weird angle, and if you don't have a lot of spin on your wedge, it could end up rolling in the water pretty
Absolutely,
easy.
Yeah. It's yeah, so the pin's up front there, and you're hitting a little half a wedge into a front pin. I mean, you and I know that's no easy feat, especially on a downwind. So, well, look, man, I appreciate you coming in here and talking to us a little bit and telling us about the round. We'll get back out there and check out and see what the rest of the guys are doing. But well done today. Keep it rolling. Get some momentum tomorrow and try and go low.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
You bet. All right, back in here for another player interview. I'm here with Joshua McCarthy out of Pepperdine. Josh, how was your day out there today, man?
It was a good day. Pretty on the course. My score was fairly average, but I did have a hole-in-one today. So that
You had a
was
hole-in-one today. What hole did you have a hole-in-one?
Hole 11.
Hole 11. Where was the pin?
Pin was just over the trap, so a little bit
Right
of
over
that
the tucked over the trap. That's a tough one, man. You landed on a downslope there, and like you must have been cruising right in. Or
No, I hit a little 8-iron. I was a little bit downwind, and I saw it took a good bounce, and someone up there gave a cheer. You know, I'm blind, but I knew by the cheer.
You know what? The best hole-in-ones are the ones you don't see go in. You know, it's like a present twice. You know, like you think you hit a good shot, and then you get up there, and it's better than you thought.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm guessing. I never had one, but I'm still looking. It's I'm not a lucky person, so it's just not in the cards. It's not in the cards for me. But you know what? That's all right. So what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? What was your round like yesterday?
Yeah, so I had 72 yesterday. 71 today.
All right.
You know, I think I was going for trying to make some more birdies today. I didn't have any birdies yesterday. It's a tough course. I think it's a tough course to make birdies. You only get 2 par 5s, so got to be hitting your irons close. And,
absolutely.
I mean, hole 11 got me going a little bit. So
yeah, I bet. You know, it's interesting out there, and they cut those par 5s down for you guys, and like it doesn't necessarily change the course all that much, but your mindset changes. You know, like I think you leave a 5 on the top of the scorecard for those 2 holes, and you'll see guys make more 3s and 4s than you will if you change it to a par 4. You know, it's just perspective of good golfers. You know, our mindset changes. You're more guarding the 4 than you are trying to kill the 5. You know, and
that makes sense.
So yeah, it's tough out there, and today with the wind, like you made improvements today. Obviously, I mean that's tough to do, moving up in the wind like that, and you're hanging around. Like you're obviously not out of the conversation. The field's coming back to everybody a little bit. How do you feel going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll just try to get in there. Just probably going off a little bit before the leaders and try to get in and put up a good score and just shoot as low as I possibly can. I think the guys are coming back a little bit today. Yeah, I think, but I wouldn't be surprised. The last few holes play downwind. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some birdies coming down the stretch.
You know what? We've been looking for that, and we obviously can't see 17 here on the live feed, so I don't really know what's happening out there. But I've been watching 18, and you're right. The guys are getting close to the green there. However, that's a front pin.
It's a front pin.
And you're hitting a flip wedge, and a lot of guys are blocking that outright to stay away from the water.
That's true.
So you're hitting flip wedge downwind, out of the rough, no spin towards the water, and we're seeing guys hit it close. Nobody is reading that putt there. Did you find that putt tricky? What'd you make on 18?
I made par. I hit it. I tried to play aggressively. I drove it down there to about 70 yards.
Okay.
Hit it about 15 feet past, and I think I missed on the high side.
Yep.
So yeah, I think a lot of guys kind of erring long there. But certainly it's one of those ones you kind of have to squeeze the canal today if you want to get a good angle in.
Yeah, I mean you're taking that, you're bringing that big tree into play, and if you want to go left of that, you better be ready. I mean, 2 of the best finishing holes you're gonna find around here, maybe arguably 3. 16's a great hole too, but so tell us a little bit about, like, you've been here for 4 years, invited back for 4 years. Obviously, you like coming here, and obviously they like having you. What's your favorite part about coming here to the Patriot?
Yeah, I think just the opportunity to play for a fallen soldier. I think that the whole idea of this event is really powerful. And I mean, besides being a great course and great well-run tournament, just the idea of you got that soldier on your bag. I'm playing for Harry Winkler this week, and it kind of puts things into perspective, right? If you make a bogey and it's not life and death, and you're out here playing golf. And
yeah, I mean it is. I mean it puts, like, I just interviewed Jackson Suber too, and I asked him the same question, and he said that it puts it more than it puts good golf in perspective. It puts bad golf in perspective. Like your worst day out there on the course is way better than obviously what his worst day was. And so being out there, and it kind of teaches you how to move through your bad rounds a little bit. Like, hey, it's bad golf, but I'm out here golfing, and being young and playing competitive golf, I know the mindset. Like, it's hard to overcome that, and having a short memory is valuable and all that stuff. But playing for more than just yourself for an event, although you do play on a team, for college is a big deal, right? I mean, it's different.
Yes, and I mean in the same way, if you play great, you feel like you're kind of you honor.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Well, good, man. I'm glad to hear that. Today went a little bit better. I mean, you chopped a shot off of there. And you made a 1.
Hey, I'll take a 1.
Hey,
Any
right?
day
You
of
know,
the
like,
week.
and we've been talking a lot about the pin on 16 tomorrow. You know where it's going to be. So there's
yeah.
another opportunity there. And I wish you the best of luck out there tomorrow. Hopefully you'll get out and get ahead of the wind a little and then you can post a number and see if the guys can run you down.
That's the hope. Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming in, Josh. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, nice to meet you.
That's excellent having players come in here after they get off the course today. And we'll see how many of them improve from yesterday to today.
Yeah, you know what? I've been checking the leaderboard, and it's not a lot of guys under par. They're on the struggle bus today, and rightfully so. But although we talk about the wind the whole time, it seems to be calming out there just a little bit. So maybe it'll leave some room for the guys coming in a little bit later. We'll see. Live look here at 18. Great shot there coming out of the bunker. Leaves himself a nice, easy par putt. It's not an easy bunker shot. You got to land that ball on a downslope, and it tends to run towards that water pretty good. So good spin control. Flight out of the bunker was nice. No surprises there. Obviously, these guys don't get to where they are without a lot of work on their short game. So just fun to watch. Good stuff. Seen a lot of putts coming down this hill here. Guys are having trouble reading the ball reading the green as it gets closer to the pin there. The ball tends to fall left there, although everything in you tells you it wants to go towards that water. So we'll see if we can get one red right. Another putt left short. Guys still struggling with the speed of the greens today. Wind picking back up a little bit out there again, and that's just going to make it more complicated. If they're getting different speeds and different directions, the guys are just, it's really going to keep them guessing. The way the wind bounces around through the trees there anyways, it's just, you never know exactly what you're getting, and some of the wind is blocked from being able to feel it, and it's hard to get a feel for what you got to navigate if you can't see or hear or sense it in any way.
It's a little disappointing.
I know, more misreads around the front of that green on 18. I heard it from Josh. He said he could see it too. You know, the guys just aren't real sure what the ball's doing down there, and it's no worse feeling in golf than trying to guess where your ball's going to go. cleans that up nicely, and he'll be able to move on to number 1.
You are watching the 2020 Patriot All-America Invitational. I'm Jennifer Evans, and USAA has been a great supporter of this tournament, and they even stepped up even bigger this year in 2020. And I had the opportunity to interview Greg DeBernard, the regional vice president, and we're going to check out this interview. First name, because we probably won't do it justice. So.
I'm not sure that I could. I'm not sure I could get that one out smoothly.
This is exciting, to see the leaderboard changing. I guess for the new guys, right?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you obviously don't want to see your name take a tumble down that list, but it happens. It's golf, and that's why we play. It's never easy, and it's always different, and we live for the test.
Well, things are changing, guys, by the minute, so you're just as surprised as us. Johnny Kiefer's back in the leaderboard.
To sleep right away again. I don't know.
Another hole-in-one we had. So 2 hole-in-ones in this tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're a rare feat, but for you get a field as strong as ours, you might see a couple, and come tomorrow, you might see 2 or 3. It just is one of those things, and they do it for a reason. I mean, obviously, you're trying to keep people interested and keep the crowds excited, and so it's nice of the guys to oblige and knock it in once in a while.
Yeah, it's nice for them to
all you
do
gotta
it
do
for
is
us,
ask them, and they just hit it in the hole. It's really that simple.
All right, well, you hit a hole-in-one for me next week.
I've been trying for about 30 years, and it just hasn't worked out.
All right, well, I'm asking you, so.
All right.
All right, this is the 1040 group with Connor Howe.
Should be, this one. Yeah, they're 1040.
All right, this is the 1040 group with Connor Creasy, William Mall, and Rob Wuthrich.
Guys coming around to finish their round today. They got this hole and 2 more tough ones ahead of them, and hopefully they can navigate this a little bit better than some of the others. This putt here is proven tough, and the same thing for the putt on number 18 coming up. Good putt there. Leaves it just above the hole, but the speed was good and the line was decent. Yeah. So unfortunately, you can't count on making all your 20-footers, but that's a good effort there.
We've got a little tappy in the hole.
These guys are a big fan of the tap-ins. All right, so we got our own version of the updated leaderboard here, and we'll take a look a little bit. We got John Kiefer still holding the top spot at 4 under. He's even through the day, even through 11 holes. And then we got Pruitt. He's coming in today. He's 3 under par on his day and climbed into second place, tied with Hunter Wolcott, Grayson Huff, and Jacob Olesen. So good to see these guys staying strong out there, hanging around even par or a little bit better, and getting it done today in some tough conditions.
All right, take 2, everyone. I am excited to show you the interview I got to do yesterday with USAA Regional Vice Director Greg DeBernard.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Evans, and welcome to the Patriot All-America Golf Tournament. I'm honored to be here with Greg DeBernard, the Regional Vice President of USAA. We're so honored to have you today, Greg.
Thank you. It's lovely to be with you. Thank you guys for sponsoring this event.
Well, and we just want to say to you, thank you for serving the men and women who serve. And, we wouldn't have been able to have this great live stream or the wonderful opening ceremonies and really do this event during COVID without your support. So thank you.
It's an honor to support this organization and this event. It's truly one of the premier events that I can think of. We really do love this event.
Awesome. Well, I would just love, for those that don't know much about your organization, what do you guys do and why are you guys so excited to be a part of our event?
So USAA was founded by 25 military officers back on June 20th of 1922. So we just celebrated our 98th year. We're in our 99th year, which is fantastic.
Wow.
And we offer products, homeowner auto insurance, banking products, life insurance, and a number of other products. But all the products that we offer really are designed to help military families. Our goal, our mission is to be the provider of choice for the military community. And we provide products and services necessary for their financial security. That's our mission. That's our purpose. That's why we were founded.
That's great. Thank you so much. And, this golf tournament is about great golf. It's really the bowl game for college golf, but it's really a chance for these amateur golfers to get to play for a cause, and our cause is the Folds of Honor Foundation. And we're just grateful to be able to support them. And I know that you guys love being partners with them as well.
We do. This event was a real draw for us. When I was able to attend the event last year and I saw what these young golfers carry with the bags, with the names inscribed from fallen service members, that really called to me and spoke to me, both from my time in the service and from my time here at USAA. Our organization really is dedicated to support of that military community. And within my time in service, one of the things that I learned as part of the warrior ethos is never leave a fallen comrade. When you see these young golfers who are roughly the age of service members that are coming into service right now. They're carrying the bag with that name, and it just is so indicative and so inspirational of that never leaving a fallen comrade. You can't help but be moved and inspired by that. And so when I attended the event, like I said, it really moved me in a very deep way, reminding me both of what we do here at USAA as well as the time and service that I spent.
Well, I can't think of a more perfect fit than a partnership. And hopefully you can be out here next year, you know, when we're out of this pandemic, God willing, right?
I hope so. And just know this, I am there in spirit.
Yes.
And, you know, one of the things that I'm mindful of is I think some of the parents aren't able to travel with their young golfers like they normally would. And that's, you know, there's some inspiration in that as well. You think of all the servicemen and women around the world right now who are separated from their families and they're not able to be there, but I know their family with them. And so just as the military does, these golfers are serving with the memories of their family and the spirit of their family and the connection with that family in a very real way. It's very reminiscent of the military in so many ways.
Very well said, Greg. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this event and helping to make it happen and doing what you guys do every day to serve our military men and women. We're very grateful.
Well, thank you. And I would just say this is it's an honor to serve our community here in Arizona, as well as we do nationwide with USAA. Our support of the military is unwavering. And this year alone, $90 million of philanthropic donations that have been made, $47 million just for pandemic-related donations. We've committed $30 million to assist service members that are dealing with this. So the organization that I serve and the members that this organization serves really is committed to that military community. And I really thank both the Patriot Golf Tournament and Folds of Honor for doing what they do to really carry that message forward.
Thank you so much for what you guys are doing for the military men and women during this time. We're just so grateful for your support, Greg, and I hope to see you next year.
I hope so. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Patriot All-America. I am not Sean, but Sean's a great guy, and he's actually the co-chair of this event, working behind the scenes. So here with Zach, and we're rounding out the afternoon, right?
Yeah, got guys trying to get in the house here and post a number, and looks like there's some pretty big changes coming in. Puig coming in out of San Diego State University is having a heck of a day out there. He's the lowest score that I see so far. At 3 under on the day, and that puts him at 3 under total, and that's a heck of a round out here in the wind. As you can see, the straps on the scoreboard flapping, and these guys are just trying to survive. So mostly everybody on the leaderboard is over par. I see a couple of guys 2 under down at the bottom, and they're sneaking around trying to get in the conversation. We'll see what happens this afternoon.
All right, and we are thankful for all of our sponsors, the Valley Toyota dealers, USAA Today. We're thankful for the West Valley Mavericks charitable organization who really helped put this on, the Thunderbirds, Golf Association of Arizona, JDM Partners, and Golf Coaches Association of America. And of course, the Wigwam Golf Course, where we're at live today. And it is windy, people.
Live look here at our leader group again. That's number 12.
Grayson Huff here, looking for birdie after a fantastic drive on hole 12.
Right.
And he sinks it for birdie. Great hole for Grayson Huff there, the Auburn Tiger. As now the leader, John Kiefer, looks to save par. Here on the 12th.
We watch the leader group here clean up their putts on number 12. Grayson Huff in for birdie. John Kiefer
Up and down by John Kiefer.
knocks in his par.
4 under. Still leads the tournament. Joe Trichter now, looking to finish out on hole number 12, and he does. So John Kiefer will make his way to the 13th hole as he leads at 4 under at the Patriot All-America Invitational.
All right, we watch the leaders walk off the 12th green, headed to number 13. Grayson Huff ties it up with John Kiefer at 4 under. These guys just hanging around today. 1 over for Grayson, still a great round, and John Kiefer's even par. So that's good playing. It's not easy out there today as we take a look here back at 16. Watch Noah Norton tap in his par there.
And we're here at the 16th hole. The cam is brought to you by Ultra Safe.
So we watch Christian Banke here trying to knock in his putt. The one spot on the green where we've seen a couple guys roll it in has been about right here, 10 feet or so for him. Just on the high side, can't get it to fall in.
And Christian Banke is playing for Army First Class Sergeant James D. Doster.
All right, all three of those guys safely in the hole at 16. We're going to take it back out to the live feed on the leaders of the tee at 13. John Kiefer going with driver on 13. Not a lot of room to miss driver on 13. It gets pretty tight in the landing area. But I imagine today it's probably playing a little bit downwind, and it looks like they moved the tee up just a little bit. So these guys are probably taking it right over the bunker if they're hitting driver. Joey Verzic's going with less than driver, probably trying to keep it short of that bunker.
Grayson Huff make their way down the 13th fairway.
Watch the leaders. They walk down the fairway. They got 5 holes left to play. We bounce it back over to 18. All right, here on the 18th green, we've got Angus Flanagan, Davis Chatfield, and William Hawker. Their 10-20 group, they went off on number 1, and they're closing out their day here to that tricky pin on the front of the 18th green.
All right.
There's one. It's one of the few putts we've seen made to that pin on 18. Another short one missed on the front of the 18th green. See the frustration in these guys. I think they're really struggling around the greens today. The speed must be throwing them off, and I'm sure the wind isn't helping. As you can see, the ripples on the water in the ditch. The wind's blowing pretty hard out there.
Two of the leaders, John Kiefer and Grayson Huff, both 4 under today, and both with 2 terrific tee shots.
Watch a couple of approach shots here of the 10-30 group of Hunter Pearson, Dan Bradbury, and Thomas Longbella come into the 18th green now. These guys are starting to fight the wind a little bit, seeing their balls out there on the right side. They're just playing it safe. They don't want to be anywhere near that water coming off the tee. There's also a big tree that you've seen in the picture that blocks the fairway, so the guys are trying to get around that and leave themselves a decent angle to the pin.
Headed back to the 16th hole. The cam is brought to you by Ultra Safe.
We watch the 11 o'clock group come through here on 16. It's got one of the guys near the top of the leaderboard there, Pewitt. He's got the round of the day going right now, and it's exciting out there.
Yeah, I hear he is having an excellent day. So glad we get to watch him play.
3 under par in this wind. That's a special one today. So hopefully he can close the deal and get in the house and have a good chance tomorrow to go out and run down the other 2 guys that are only a shot ahead of him right now. We watch Pewitt here on the 16th hole. He ended up down there in that bowl where the pin's going to be tomorrow, but he's got to navigate the steep slope coming back up to the pin first and hopefully get out of here with no worse than par. All right, we lost picture there. I'm not sure what happened. It looked awful good coming up the hill, but lost the feed there on 16, so we'll bounce back to 18 here for a little bit. Watch these guys try to get in the house.
All right, we're back in studio at the Patriot All-America, and I have the honor of interviewing Randy Blasek today.
Hello.
Yes, he is the past marshal, aka the past president of the West Valley Mavericks charitable organization. So thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me out. I appreciate that.
Awesome. So we know you've been very involved in the organization. You guys do a lot for charity in the Valley. I would love to know some of the causes that are near and dear to your heart.
That's easy, but you'll have to forgive me. Sometimes I get a little bit emotional.
Okay. Let's get some Kleenex here.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. I can tell you, so I've been involved with the organization since 2013, and in those early years, we barely made any money to give away to charity, maybe $4,000 to $5,000 a year. But we were really making an impact, we felt. And we've progressed now where we give away $300,000 to $500,000 per year to anywhere from 50 to 75 different charities. And when you talk about some of the ones that make an impact on me, having children, there's one called Natalie's House that was near and dear to our heart, still is. I can remember the first time they applied for a grant. We read the grant out loud in front of the beneficiary committee, which is 7 Mavericks. And all the men there absolutely said 100% we have to fulfill this wish. And it was for a van for transportation, and it was for a grant that would enable them to literally have a desk that the young ladies could do their homework at and things. And Natalie's House is an organization that is a home for abused young ladies anywhere from the ages of, I think, 3 to 16 years old. A second one of our favorite charities, and probably one of the main reasons that the Mavericks really got involved with giving money away is Phoenix Children's Hospital. Near and dear to our hearts because we have a couple of members who were patients there when they were children, and Phoenix Children's Hospital saved their lives. Now as an adult and having our own children and being able to take them to the local area here in Avondale makes Phoenix Children's Hospital really special. A third one would certainly be Homeless Youth Connection. Many people don't know this, but the West Valley, Buckeye in particular, was the highest level of youth homelessness in the early 2000s, early 2010 to 2015, when the markets really took a turn for the worse. And we jumped in with them and raised a lot of money, anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 a year. Take a lot of their children shopping for the school year and at Christmas time. And again, I just think that the Mavericks as a whole, because we all have kids, the child aspect is near and dear to our hearts. The other one would be the military. You know, I was listening earlier, and you guys were interviewing the guy, C for Vets, and they are very, very near and dear to our heart. We provided them grants for probably 3 or 4 years running now, and then certainly Folds of Honor. We've been involved with the Patriot since, I think, 1 year after its inception we got involved. So those are ones that are near and dear to my heart, and it does kind of seem to flow through the Mavericks. All the active members and the life members, they seem to gravitate towards those charities, and we're always doing what we can to support them.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's incredible work, and so many different organizations. I love that you guys are open to what the need is, you know. So I know that you fundraise, you know, from this golf tournament, but what are some other ways that the Mavericks raise money?
Well, the Mavericks, it's an interesting history. The way we started out was we put on a food event in the West Valley. It was called Flavors of the West. And the goal there was to bring some culture to the community, kind of showcase the various local restaurants, and allow people to have an event that we could kind of congregate here in Litchfield Park and just have a good time. And we would raise a little bit of money with that. From that, we have now grown to where we put on a food event, but it's called the Roundup. And it's a food truck event, and it takes place at Goodyear Ballpark. Yeah, and last year, prior to COVID, we had 12,000 people at the food truck event. We had 55 trucks, and we raised a tremendous amount of money. The other event that we have is called the Shindig, and it's called a flyaway party, where basically you come to the Goodyear Airport, and your entry, your ticket to get into the event, gets you into a drawing for a private jet that night to Vegas.
Oh, wow.
And we put them up at either the Cosmo or at the Hard Rack. And you know, and what's important too, I want to mention, is that these people are our partners. You know, the Goodyear Airport, they partner with us. They sponsor the Mavericks. Cosmopolitan, Hard Rock Cafe, they help sponsor the Mavericks. And all the Wigwam, they sponsor the Mavericks, you know, and it's through their sponsorship and then people attending our events that really allow us to do a lot for the West Valley and be a charitable organization. So from there, we went to a golf tournament. The golf tournament is called the Maverick. And then we have a couple other smaller, like offshoot events, you know, various raffles or fundraising events. But those are our three main venues that we actually pursue, you know, fundraising, I would have to say.
And I love to hear how you guys started off small. It reminded me of Colonel Dan's speech on Sunday, where he said when he started off, you know, they were making, you know, barely anything, but he encouraged the golfers to start things and be courageous and have faith before you feel like you're ready. So I love that.
Well, it's funny. I can remember in the early days of this tournament with Folds of Honor, and that he was certainly already up and running and moving, but not to the level he's at now, where, I mean, God, he was CNN, or no, he won the award for the Fox Warrior of the Year or something like that. You know, I mean, that's amazing to think how we started out with, like, I want to give a little bit of money away for some scholarships for the families of fallen soldiers, and now it is a national organization that you say Folds of Honor. People are like, oh yeah, I know that one. And that's what's happened to the Mavericks is early on, no one really knew what the Mavericks were or what we did. And now in the west, you know, west of the I-17, if you mention our organization, people will talk about the Roundup, the events, the golf tournament, and the charities, and in some way the old 7 degrees of separation. people somehow know each other.
Yeah, that's excellent. Congratulations on hitting the $1 million mark of
Thank you.
donations.
Yes.
That's something to be incredibly proud about, and I know you've probably had a lot to do with growing that. So
A lot of people in the West Valley contributing, and the Mavericks all together
Yeah.
have really built that.
awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here
Thank
with
you.
us today, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
I certainly will. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're getting back to the tournament soon. There we go.
I think I'll be better next time. No.
Sustainability is more than just farming or green activities for Duncan Family Farms.
Food safety and farm safety are ingrained in our everyday culture. We don't make any decisions on the farm without considering both of those things.
From planting all the way to you harvest is just a great feeling knowing what's in that bag at the store might be something you grew.
The way I think about it as a father and a family man is this product that we're harvesting, would I take it home and put it on my table to feed my children? Everybody thinks about it in every decision they make. It's part of the job.
MeesCon LLP is proud to be a supporter of the West Valley Mavericks and the Patriot All-America Invitational. They exist because they believe by creating long-lasting relationships with their clients, they build ever-expanding opportunities for their clients, employees, and community. Their vision is to be the best, giving their clients timely and accurate results by combining the latest technology with the most skilled, efficient professionals. MeesCon LLP for all of your accounting, business, tax, and estate planning needs. MeesCon LLP is proud to be a supporter of the West Valley Mavericks. Thank you to these West Valley Mavericks sponsors for your continued support. Thank you to these West Valley Maverick sponsors for your continued support. Thank you to these West Valley Maverick sponsors for your continued support.
And welcome back to the Patriot All-America Invitational, hosted by your Valley Toyota dealers. I'm Jennifer Evans.
And I'm Zach Coe.
And we are headed to the 18th hole.
A live look here on the guys trying to close out their round today. It's been tough. We got tough conditions out here. You know, the Wigwam is showing its teeth here on the Gold Course with a lot of wind, and the greens are challenging as usual. So it's been interesting to watch the guys as they move around and see some different parts of the golf course than they're used to. Good putt there. We haven't seen a lot of putts made from that front part of the green. Even the short ones have been tricky. So nice to see the guys rolling in a couple, and hopefully can carry a little something of momentum into tomorrow. And we're going to hope for a little easier conditions so we can see some better scores. Number 18 still playing pretty much straight downwind today, at least for the second shot. Your tee shot's crossing the wind a little bit, but straight downwind to a front pin. Everybody knows that's tricky business there. As we look back down the fairway at the 1050 group. Looks like first to play is going to be Noah Norton. Noah, last year's champion here at the Patriot All-America.
Your buddy. Hopefully we can get him in for an interview.
Yeah, we'll try and get him in here and talk to him and see what it was like out there today. I'm sure he's frustrated, just like the rest of the guys. Their body language says it all. Noah lifts that shot up nice and high, make sure it doesn't land with any forward momentum, and leaves it on the front edge of the green with a decent look at birdie there on 18. Oh, great approach shot there. Coming right down the chimney on number 18. All right, looks like we're going to have three guys with reasonable looks at birdie on 18 there. Well, you can see it in the way they're walking. They're just not happy about how things are going out there today.
Yep, hopefully tomorrow they'll have a little more pep in their step.
We go back out to number 14 here on the Gold Course. One of the par 5s changed into a par 4. Take a look at the leader here, John Kiefer. So he hits his chip shot on number 14.
For the latest scores and stats and updates, go to patriotallamerica.com. You can check out updates from the players from the field, from the course, which is the field of golf, on our Instagram and Twitter handles at Patriot All-AM and on Facebook at Patriot All/America.
Yeah, as we take a look at our leaderboard here, John Kiefer holding the top spot by himself now at 5 under par. Grayson Huff and Puett still hanging around there at 3 and 4. Maximum Moldovan also at 3 under. We've got about 5 guys at 2 under and a couple guys at 1 under par. The rest are even or worse. So tough conditions here, Wigwam. Not a lot of scores you see college guys shooting very often. So it's interesting to see what the adversity will bring these guys. We watch Grayson here putting down the hill on 14. This will be a speedy putt, one of the fastest on the golf course. Just taking those practice strokes like he's trying to hit it about 2 feet. I bet he's got over 10 feet to go. That ball slides to the right of the hole. It's a tricky read coming down that hill as well. And just, if you don't believe what you're seeing, you're never going to put it on the right line. Got Joey Verzic coming back up the hill now. Left himself in a little better position than the other. And he's able to run that in with some nice aggressive speed there. Well done.
Yeah, and Joey's playing for Staff Sergeant Lillian L. Clamens, and he comes from Pepperdine University. It's in my backyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
In
You
LA,
know,
where I live. Beautiful university on the ocean in Malibu.
we had his teammate in here for an interview just a little bit ago, and a couple of Pepperdine waves in the field, maybe even 3 of them if I remember right.
I think so.
John Kiefer will drop a shot here, coming back to the field a little bit.
It's going to even out the scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah, everybody hanging around in a pretty tight group there. Nobody really creating any separation. Here we are back on number 18 as the guys are trying to get off of the golf course and out of this wind. Nice putt there on the front of the green. I believe that was for birdie there. Well done there. Another putt made on the front of that green. It's not easy to do today. Noah looking to tap in his par here. Knowing him like I do, he's going to head straight for the putting green or the driving range. Try to get some work in. Make a good push tomorrow. Here we go to hole number 15. Live look again at the leaders. Grayson Huff here on the tee. The pin on 15 today in a tricky spot, tucked over a couple of really, really deep bunkers in the front. Green on 15 overall is nearly impossible to hit. It sits up on a very elevated hill, and it's not very deep, so there's no room to miss here. Their first tee shot is important, and the second shot is double that in importance. It's not a long hole, but it does present several challenges for these guys. And it's interesting to see what clubs they're choosing off the tee. A lot of the guys going with driver here today, which is rare. They will a lot of times hit an iron here off the tee to be in better position and to have a full wedge shot into the green so that they can control the spin. John Kiefer here, still co-leading. He had it by himself for a little bit, now tied with Grayson Huff at 4 under. All three guys in this group electing to go with driver. Based on where the pin is, it's probably not a bad play. They can hit a nice high second shot, a little green to work with, and maybe they'll scrape out of here with a birdie today and pick up a half a shot or so on the field.
All right, we're back at the 16th hole.
Yeah, we're looking here at the 11-20 group. Spencer Cross, Hunter Wolcott, and Trevor Werbelow. 16 again, playing 175 yards today. That's about as long as these guys are going to see it. It's a formidable golf hole, and where the pin is today on that ridge, there's nowhere to land that ball and keep it close to the hole, really. So most of these guys are going to fall off of the green to the right or to the left, leaving a tough putt uphill that you really have to watch your speed on. So seeing what kind of shot shape they're hitting out there and the way the wind's blowing I think it's got them spooked a little bit. So we're going to see a lot longer putts here today than we will tomorrow. A lot of short putts tomorrow when those guys are playing this hole at about 135 yards, and the pin's down there in the punch bowl where the balls just funnel right to it. All right, more long putts up that hill. We're seeing guys getting control of the speed on the greens and getting a feel for what's really happening out there. It's still a tough day. I mean, the guys are struggling with the putter, and it looks like the guys are struggling with all the other shots too. Gold Course putting up a fight. That one runs by the hole just a little bit. Gets on that wind as it catches the downslope and rolls past just a little ways. So we're still sitting here watching the guys try to close out number 16 here. Putts are coming from all over the green. Mostly right of the hole is where it's much safer. You got to avoid that punch bowl on the left side if you can. Haven't seen a lot of guys able to dial in this pin location. They can't get close with their first shot, and the putts are coming in tough as well. Leave another one below the hole there and watch these guys have to tap in and clean things up a bit. All right, back in the studio here. We got another player interview here. Last year's champion, Noah Norton, joining me here in the booth out of Georgia Tech. What's going on out there today, man? A little windy?
Yeah, windier.
Windy.
A little bit tougher than the last couple days, but there were some scores out there. I mean, you see some guys going out there playing well, but definitely much more difficult than yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. The courses, I mean, they pulled the tee back on 8 for you.
Yep.
Pulled 16 back. What do you I mean, you know what the low round of the day is so far?
I have no clue what's going on.
Puett's in there at 3 under.
Oh, yeah,
and that's the lowest I've seen so far is 3. And what did you think was going to be low today? Like, did you feel like there was a low one out there, or did you feel like it was just going to fight you the whole way around?
This course, I mean, you never really see any low scores. I think the lowest I've ever seen was a 63 that I know of in the 4 years I've been here. But, I mean, today it was windy, so it was playing much tougher. Personally, I knew I could have played a lot better than I did. But I saw, I mean, in a really solid round, I could see 4 or 5 under being really well. I mean, Puett's one shot away from getting there. I don't know what he's doing on 18, but he could make a birdie, get to 4. So, I mean, that's a heck of a round today regardless. Those pins were tough, and the wind wasn't making it easy on anybody. So
Yeah, so yesterday, number 6 played toughest on the course, the par 3.
Yep.
Followed by number 3. So 2 par 3s right off the bat on the front 9, playing the hardest on the golf course. Does that surprise you at all?
Not those 2 holes.
Yeah, I mean, they say this course, it says a lot about the way you play the par 3s. You can score well if you can get through the par 3s. And so those 2 are playing tough. And then right behind them are the 2 par 5s. They cut into par 4s. Now, does it change your mental aspect when you play a par 5 that they chop down to a par 4? Does it change the way you attack that hole, or does it change your mindset at all?
No, because, I mean, you have to play it, like, to the percentages. So if you play it, say, 100 times, what's going to be the lowest average score? So par shouldn't really matter. I know in your head it's gonna change the way you view it, but it really shouldn't. But I mean, it's how you play not only those 2 holes, but 4 and 10, the par 5s.
Yep.
Because that's kind of where you gain shots.
Sure.
Because today 4 wasn't playing easy, even though we were moved up a little bit.
Yeah,
The
pin
wind
on the
was-
left over there, right?
Yeah, all back left. Pin was pushed back left, and then the wind was hard off the left when I
Right.
played it.
Yep.
And for anybody who shapes it left to right, was gonna have a hard time hitting that fairway. And if you don't hit that fairway, I mean, it's almost a full shot
Yeah.
compared to everybody else who does.
Yeah, I could see that. So you've been coming here for 4 years. Obviously, you have an option for a bonus here at school because of COVID. but you've had some success otherwise, and any insight into the future, what you're thinking for next year?
Right now, my main focus is on this next semester with the team.
Okay.
We got a young group of guys who are very good, and we have a chance to do something special. So right now, I'm kind of focusing on what we do there, and after that, we'll see what the future has in store for me. But really, I'm just focusing on just these next 5-6 months, whatever we have.
Good. Yeah, I mean, you guys' team looked good last year. Didn't get a chance to close the deal. It got kind of taken away from you, unfortunately. But like I said, you've been coming here for 4 years. What do you like about coming here to the Patriot? What's your favorite part about coming here?
It's really good prep. Those greens are really difficult. So how you hit your approach shots, even the tee shots, it's a little bit wider, but where you place yourself on the course to be able to hit it close to the pins is kind of key. So while it does seem wide at first, it's really not that wide because you have to hit it in the right spots in the fairways and on the golf course to be able to attack certain pins. So being able to come in here, practice your distance control and your actual approaches to the green, and also speed on the greens are very key too. So it's really good prep for the season ahead, and it's a really fun event to be here and be able to represent such a Folds of Honor and everybody who is here with us, and to be able to have someone to carry and represent for the week is unlike any other event we have all year.
Yeah, it's kind of different. I mean, you guys play in a team atmosphere, but mostly like an individual sport overall, golf, especially once you leave college. So having to play for two people here, essentially, with the guy you got on your bag, it's a different deal than you get to see all the time. But look, man, I know you're probably gonna get back out to the range and roll some putts and do what you do. So I'm gonna let you go, but I appreciate you coming in and talking to us. So hopefully it comes together tomorrow, and maybe there's a low one out there, and you can chase some of those guys down.
Yeah, well, you certainly know I think there's one out there. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll go get him.
Yeah, thanks for
all
having
right, thank you.
Golfing for Fallen Heroes, second round of the.
Thanks, dude.
You're good.
Thank you, sir. Man, tough out there, huh? Just weird. No, you're good. No, I know it's.
I missed 8 putts instead of 10 putts yesterday.
Yeah, I was one. I mean, I kind of figured, but.
Did you watch the broadcast? For me, every time we get on 16, 18, I've had lift down 16 twice. 18 was terrible today.
They're close, man. I mean, you're hitting the hole with it. This one go down.
Yeah.
Is the wind blowing the ball around on the greens?
Yeah.
I thought so.
These are not
They're
just
not
names,
fast.
these are people. They're just like you and me, and it's more than just them carrying that bag and going and playing golf. It's that they can remember someone that has made the ultimate sacrifice for us and trying to repay them in some small fee.
The name on my bag is Christopher Scherer.
Chris Kyle, First Sergeant Artegas.
We're good buddies.
Kyle survived 4 tours in Iraq.
Asked if I could honor Christopher.
What if the college players played in memory of American heroes?
There's actually a documentary made about him. To be able to have his name on my bag is such a privilege. Kind of made it more on a personal level to me and like who I was actually playing for.
Thing about college golfers is how far they hit the ball. Is the best of the best. This is the elite future stars of tomorrow.
You really have to bring your game to come and win a tournament like this.
This is right on line.
I hope everybody gets to experience this because this is neat.
You're going to see the guys that'll be on television for years to come.
What
makes this tournament so unique is that they are not just playing for themselves. They're playing for a fallen soldier who has sacrificed himself for the betterment of our country.
On your golf bag, but then those golf bags are going to be auctioned off, and that the proceeds of those are going to go to the Folds of Honor Foundation. So they're really able to help the families of those military members who've been killed in action.
This is a golf course that challenges the best golfers in the country.
Field. It's the best of the best. I mean, if you can play well here, it means a lot. I mean, people are watching this tournament, and it's a marquee event for sure.
Good morning. Welcome to the second round of the 2019 Patriot All-America.
The Patriot All-America presented by the Valley Toyota dealers. I'm Jennifer Evans.
And I'm Zach Coe.
And one of the amazing things about this tournament, it's really the bowl game of collegiate golf. We have the best of the best players from colleges, universities throughout the United States, as well as military, and several players from outside the United States. But one of the special things about this tournament is that we honor fallen and wounded American soldiers. And so we just want to take a minute to honor one of them. So each player has a name embroidered on their bag, and they play for a soldier. And so Pewitt, who's from San Diego State University, who is in second place, he is honoring Cody A. Roberts. So Cody was in the Marines. His rank was Lance Corporal. So Lance Corporal Cody A. Roberts, 22 of Boise, Idaho, was assigned to the 2nd Battalion, 6th Marine Regiment, 2nd Marine Division in the Marine Force. And he served during Operation Enduring Freedom. On August 31st, 2010, Lieutenant Corporal Roberts was killed while supporting combat operations at Camp Dwyer in Afghanistan. As a student at Centennial High School, he was active in wrestling and football. He graduated in 2006 and joined the Marine Corps the following August. He was stationed in many locations, including Virginia, Cuba, Saudi Arabia, and he was awarded the Purple Heart Medal, as well as many other medals. He enjoyed the outdoors, grilling on the weekends, and college football. Cody embodied the true spirit of the Marine Corps, believing entirely in God, family, and country, the 3 values he lived and died for, his wife said. He was an amazing Marine, husband, father, and hero. He made the ultimate sacrifice on the streets of a city in Afghanistan so his son would never have to be afraid for his life like ours. And Lieutenant Cody Roberts' son is actually a Folds of Honor scholarship recipient. So, it's just really special especially to be able to hear these stories and how Folds of Honor, our beneficiary of this golf tournament, is affecting
Absolutely.
his family.
I mean, what better place to reinvest the funds that we raise here than put it right back into the exact source, and it's just it's a great way to give back to exactly what we're trying to do here, and it's special. I mean, it's no accident.
No, and we're going to be headed back out to the mobile cam soon. You see our leaderboard continues to change.
Yeah, leaderboard is updating regularly, and Grayson Huff taking back over the first spot, top spot. As we watch John Kiefer here.
About to tee off on the 16th hole. Hits that one there. Grayson Huff is the current leader at 4 under. With then John Kiefer 3 under, Joey Verzich 2 under. All three are on the green.
Nice to see our leaders maintaining their form out here on the gold course today. They're just staying at the top of the leaderboard and doing their job. You know, they don't get paid to do this yet, but it won't be long. These guys are all headed, for the most part, headed to a career of pursuing golf as a means of income, and they're being groomed that way since they were in the single digits of age. Seems like the world's pumping out little golf robots at the age of 5 years old now, and as the wily veteran, it's hard to see them coming because they're tough to beat. We see the leaders walking up the fairway here on 16, the par 3. 16 playing tough. We talked to Noah about it. Greens are maybe a little longer than they expected, and there's some bumps in them, and so guys are struggling to get the reads right, and the speed's coming up a little short because of the bumps the ball's taking, and so definitely some adversity out here for the golfers. It's nothing they can't handle. However, it's not going to be an easy feat to get a low score out of this golf course today. Looks like Joey Verzich here hit a great shot. He's right in the middle of the ridge that we've been talking about all day, looking at the straightest putt he could have on this green. While Grayson Huff and John Kiefer are going to be over to the right just a bit, coming across that hillside. So interesting way the chips fell here, but watch the guys trying to close out their round. We do have one guy in the clubhouse at 3 under, and that's Pruitt. He got it done today and has, I believe he's tied for the low round of the day at 3 under. There's 2 guys there that have finished at 3 under, him and Dan Bradbury, and I tell you what, that's a heck of a round of golf today. I know these guys think that may be not so good, but anybody out there on that golf course would have taken that one today for sure. Nice shot of the 16th.
Our 3 leaders here were the leaders also yesterday after the first round. Grayson Huff currently in the lead, 4 under par. We'll have John Kiefer hit first here.
Nice to get a little different perspective on the putts here on the 16th hole, as it's hard to see the slope in the green from up above, so we get down on the player level and we can really see how that ball's moving around out there.
John Kiefer hits that one, rolls right up on the hill. Verzich up next. He's currently 2 under. Ready to putt on the green at hole 16.
Joey's got a good opportunity to close the gap a little bit on our leaders here and get back in the conversation. He's only 2 shots back, but he sure would prefer to be 1 or less. So, and he does it. He knocks it right in. He finds a safe spot on the green and gets it done for a 2.
Fantastic shot there by Joey Verzich, right into the hole.
Very nice, very nice.
You never know, knocking in a 2 here, and these.
For his next shot on the green. My apologies, that's Grayson Huff going here for his next shot. Grayson up here ready to put it in. And he sinks that one in. Great job there by Grayson Huff, who is our current leader of the Patriot All-America Invitational. John Kiefer here ready for what will hopefully be the last shot on hole 16. And he just misses the hole on that one. John Kiefer picks up the ball there, ready to reposition himself. Last 2 holes here, John Kiefer just missed the hole like he did on this one. Preparing to hit it in right here. And he does. Sinks that one in on hole 16. Now on to hole 17 with our 3 current leaders, Joey Verzich, Grayson Huff, and John Kiefer.
Hi, we're back in the studio of the Patriot All-America Invitational. Round 2, day 2, almost coming to a close. How you feeling about it?
You know, it's I kind of said it from the beginning. I knew the course was going to play tough today, and it sure did. It's the greens are tough, and the wind's obviously creating some unfavorable conditions for the guys. But you know, the guys that are get through today are going to have a huge advantage tomorrow because they're going to just feel better about what they're going into. You know, and so. There's work to be done. A lot of these guys, you're going to find them at the driving range this afternoon or on the putting green and looking to just chip a couple off of what they did today and tighten things up. And then tomorrow, like for some guys, it's going to be loose and they're just going to go out there and play like there's no tomorrow. And some guys are going to go out there and be a little tighter than usual and try to protect the lead. And there's more than one philosophy on how to get that done, but eventually when we get done with tomorrow, we're going to find out who does it best. So more changes on the leaderboard. John Kiefer's going to drop a shot there after 16 again, and Joey Verzich picks one up on a 15-footer. So we're looking forward to seeing them come down the last 2 holes on 17 and 18 here and seeing how things shake out.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you for that summary there. And we want to thank our sponsors, the Valley Toyota Dealers, USAA, the West Valley Mavericks Charitable Organization, the Arizona Golf Association, JDM Partners, the Golf Coaches Association of America, all in partnership and benefiting the Folds of Honor Foundation.
We see John Kiefer let one go there on 17. 17, a tough driving hole, just like number 18. Looks like the guys got off and running there, though. They made quick work of that tee shot, so likely all three of them will be in good position, and look forward to seeing what they have to work with up there in the fairway. So out there today, I mean, 2 low rounds, from what I can see, are 3 under, and that's a good score. I mean, the course doesn't give up a lot even when the conditions are good. So guys are fighting for it, and hopefully we get a good showing tomorrow, and all the guys kind of keep it together, and we can have a real battle out there. We got back to 18 here, and we're watching Hunter Wolcott here come into the 18th green. His second shot. Coming in a little long there. He's going to leave himself with a really tough 2-putt to get back to that flagstick, but not really leaving himself with any options off the tee. Yeah, the conditions just pushing these guys out to the right there and leaving them with difficult shots to navigate getting back to that green there. We got Christian Banke here from the University of Arizona coming in next. Christian kept his inside the cart path at least, but still coming out of the rough on a short wedge shot to a front pin. We talked about it all day. He does a nice job, though, able to get some spin on the ball and hold that green nice. He's going to have a reasonable look at birdie there.
Nice shot. All right, here at the 18th hole, the cam is brought to you by UMB Bank. All right, here at the 18th hole, we have Spencer Cross, Hunter Wolcott, and Trevor Warbelow.
Yeah, correction there from earlier. That was not Christian Banke.
We'll forgive you for that one.
All right, I'll take it. I've been saying it all day, just watching the guys walk around. They're not moving fast, and they want to be done with this one and a reset for tomorrow. Hunter here's hanging around tough. He's still at the top of the leaderboard and definitely a part of the conversation. He's 1 over on the day, 2 under total. Definitely trying to get out of here with a par. This first putt he's going to have is not one you're trying to make. You're just trying to survive this one.
We've got Hunter sporting the floral shirt.
It's looking good out there. I like the floral patterns. They're getting popular.
I like it too. He's helping set the trend, right? Pretty soon we'll have a bunch of men with beards and mustaches and floral shirts.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And Hunter is playing for Army Staff Sergeant Sean M. Mittler.
Hunter's putt on the way here, coming down the hill now towards the pin. Boy, he read that really well. Oh, almost gets the cheap one there. Leaves it hanging on the edge. What an effort. From about 45 feet. You can't do much better than that. All right, Hunter taps in his par there. He's going to move on today at 2 under. Most definitely part of the conversation. Only 2 back of our leaders.
Yeah, and Hunter is from the University of Tennessee. All right, we're going to head back to our mobile cam.
Looking here at the 17th green, the guys are using the slope there behind the pin to bring the ball back a little bit. All 3 of them in a good place. Couple of downhillers and one looking right at it. Guys, we could get out of here with a couple of birdies and man, they would run off this golf course with a birdie on 17 and 18. Oof. Another close one there by Trevor Werbelow. Just missing his birdie attempt as well. Guys are starting to figure that pin out on 18 and see the flags behind him are awful calm. It makes me think that that wind had something to do with those putts not going in earlier.
Yeah, and Trevor Werbelow is playing for Staff First Class John C. Beal of the Army.
All right, last to putt here, Spencer Cross. Coming straight down that hill. This putt's going to go left when it gets to the hole, and he's going to miss it just on the low side there.
All of these were so close.
Yeah, I just can't get a read on that putt. I mean, you heard Noah say it. It feels like it goes both directions, and that's it's just a hard thing to trust when you don't know which way it's going. You don't have to wonder why guys have trust issues when you play golf. All right, Trevor gets his par there on 18. Back to 17 and our leaders here on the green. John Kiefer's putt here going to break a ton from his right to left. There it goes, swinging left. Run. Grayson's got a tricky putt here coming down that hill. It's straighter than it looks, but it does move just a hair from his left to right. It looks like he nailed it right in the heart.
And he makes it in, sinks that one in. Drop to keeper here. Getting ready to sink this one in as well. Sitting currently at third, 2 under. Grayson Huff now is at 5 under. Joey Burzich 3 under. And John Kiefer makes that one on to 18.
All right, back looking at the leaderboard here on 18. Checking in on the guys. Looks like everything's holding tough there. Grayson's going to move up another shot, though, with a birdie on 17. He is going to take the top spot by himself again. Second or third time today he's done that. So Grayson putting one together today. Joey Burzich and Johnny Kiefer hanging in there. Pruitt with a great round. Maxwell Moldovan the same. Hunter Wolcott hung in there, and some others just creeping around the leaderboard there.
All right, we're back in the studio here live at the Patriot All-America, and we want to thank our partnership with Arizona State University, our alma mater.
Absolutely.
With the Cronkite School, we have interns out here today that are presenting on the live camera who you hear. So we have Talia Masai and Alex Gelman. So thank you to those for coming out.
Getting some good on-course experience and some commentating practice.
Yeah, out there with the players on the field, AKA the course.
Well, we don't get a stadium usually, so we'll take the field.
All right, we'll take it. Well.
You've seen what kind of rowdy stuff happens when you do give golfers a stadium, and it happens here in Scottsdale every year. It's craziness.
Right. Yeah, we are thankful though for the Thunderbirds, who are one of our sponsors that put on the Waste Management Phoenix Open. It'll be here again in February.
Great recovery shot coming out of the trees over there on 18, but it's just not going to hang up. A punch shot coming through that green is tough to hold, and compounding errors there, unfortunately, as that ball crosses the green and goes in the hazard. Two other shots looking pretty nice, though. They got good looks at birdie here, and
All right, we're coming in on the 18th with Harrison Ott, Maxwell Moldovan, and Jacob Olesen.
got through it.
Thank you. Harrison is playing for Vanderbilt University, Maxwell for Ohio State, and Jacob for Texas Christian University.
We go back to our lead group here. Grayson Huff just teed off on number 18.
John Kiefer, who currently is sitting at third place.
All right, John Kiefer there pulls one left. Not a lot of room on the left side. He's going to hang around. He may have to hit a provisional here. Oh, man, it looked like his ball hung up there in the long grass on the edge of the canal. He's going to try and play it to avoid a penalty shot. Saw it come running through there on his punch out underneath the trees over there. Boy, hits it out of the water too. However, I don't think his ball came out. I think it came off of the concrete and went back in. It was a risky play. It's not going to pay off for him this time. So we're looking for John Kiefer's ball over there on the out-of-bounds side. That's not a good sign either.
Well, if they were playing in the summer, they might jump in there and try to get their ball. But
You know, there's been plenty of times I thought about floating in the canal on an inner tube rather than playing a round of golf and just waving at all my friends. But I get suckered into that golf thing every time.
you guys play in the summer?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
We watch him take his drop here on 18. The 2-club protocol for a hazard drop. No fun adding strokes here when you don't have to. Not sure what's happening here. He picks up his ball, heads back over to his bag. The other players forced to wait to hit their shots until he can get his drop figured out.
A little bit of a situation.
The rules of golf are endlessly complicated, so we're going to see what happens here. Pretty small gallery for the Patriot All-America. We usually get a pretty good sized crew here hanging out on the 18th. We're missing the hospitality tent over there on the right and the stands behind the green. Might make it a little easier on the players. There's not so much pressure and nobody there to heckle you when you miss.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, great putt there. Just trying to do what he can to get this over with at this point.
Grateful for all the men and women of our military who serve each and every day, and especially for Luke Air Force Base and them coming over last night to talk to the players and bring their dogs and show us some of the things that they do over at the base.
Yeah, we're lucky here. We get to, all the members say we get to witness freedom firsthand every day when the jets fly around, and they put on a pretty good show for free. So if you're ever in the West Valley, it's worth stopping by and hanging out at the wigwam. You get to see the airplanes and maybe play a little golf at the same time.
That's awesome.
Live look here at Harrison Ott as he waits for the other guys to hit their putt. Birdie attempt on the way. Another one left short. Seen a lot of that today, and it's frustrating the guys. That's Jacob Olesen there. He finishes out his day with a par. Disappointed, as most of the guys have been. See if my friend Harrison can get it done here on this tricky putt that we've seen a lot of guys missed on the left side. That putt looks like it wants to go right towards the water. It doesn't do it. Sure does. He missed it on the left, just like a lot of them have today.
Do you think a lot of that is due to the wind?
No, that putt just. Everything about that slopes towards that water there, and it makes it really hard to see that right near the hole it actually slopes the other way. And it's just it's something you can't really feel in your feet, and you can't see it, and so it's really impressive the guys that are able to talk themselves into doing it, because I don't really understand where they're picking up their information from, because so many of these other guys who play at the same level aren't seeing it and aren't able to do that. So some guys are built different, they're able to see things others can't, and man, see another one going left. These guys just don't believe it. That's Maxwell there. He's gonna finish off his day in a pretty sour note. That's not fun for anybody there. We got the live look here at Joey Verzic waiting to hit his second shot. He signaled from the tee that he missed it right. He did, but the wind playing as it is today, he's out in a place where he can get to the green, but he may not be able to get it very close to the hole. And a great shot from Joey there, coming out of the rough with nowhere to land that ball. He sticks it in there tight. And we'll go back to Grayson Huff here and watch his approach. Sorry, we're going to look at John Kiefer's first. He lands his a little higher up on the downslope and gets an unfortunate kick, but his ball is going to hang up in the grass there. He may not be able to see it, but we can, and it's okay. Now Grayson, his second. Grayson leaving himself below the hole. He has that uphill putt, and guys have had more success down there, but still they're just reading the break in the wrong direction. So see if these guys can put all the pieces together and get one in. Get an extra birdie coming in.
Yeah, watching two of our leaders come into the 18th. They're neck and neck.
Going to be an exciting day tomorrow. About the same amount of guys under par as we had starting the day today, and You got them all bunched up. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. A lot of names that can be put in the hat there.
Yeah, and the 18th hole cam is brought to you by UMB Bank. So what was up with the little hoodie controversy?
So a few months ago, Rory McIlroy wore a hoodie to a golf event, and as classic and timeless as golf is, there are some guys out there that took offense to that. It's a little too casual for the golf course. If you ask some of our golf members, I mean, young and old, they all have an opinion about it, and so I see Joey Verzich wearing the same kind of hoodie out here, and I would imagine that there's people that feel a certain way about it either way. And you know, it's golf's one of those sports where it's just they have a hard time adapting to change, and they're stubborn. They're stuck in their ways, and you know what you wear on the golf course really doesn't matter all that much. But it does rub people the wrong way. I mean. I can't say I feel a certain way about it at all. I'd just rather go out there and see the same guy make birdies wearing a hoodie as he does when he wears a suit. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting if there's a new rule that comes out next year.
Yeah, I mean, they regulate the clothing a little bit, but I think that, I think for the most part, the USGA does a really good job of adapting to change, and I don't think that anybody's going to have too much to say about it, you know, everybody with social media and stuff like that has their own soapbox now, and so they're not afraid to climb up there and talk about how they feel about some guy's sweatshirt when they're playing golf, I guess. I don't know.
All right, yeah.
I'd rather take myself to the driving range and work on my game than talk about his clothes.
Amen.
Cool look at that putt as it comes up the hill there, but another one left short. No surprises there for us. We've seen it all day. John Kiefer's going to have to pitch this one over that little bit of grass he's looking at. Gives himself the best chance of making it here with a wedge rather than a putter. And he hits it up there close. It should be an easy par for him. All right, Joey Verzich last here to look at birdie on the day. We'll see if he can read this one right. Really tremendous shot getting to where he's at from where he was. It's no small feat there. He had to do a lot of complicated things, a lot of in-your-head math to get that one to come out. Joey Verzich converts the birdie, man, coming in strong with a few birdies at the end to get himself right back into position going into the final day.
Awesome.
That's the stuff you like to see out here. These kids they're killers, and don't ever think for 1 second that they aren't.
Grayson Huff here.
Grayson able to clean up his par there. Well done. I mean, we just saw a guy from the group before that miss that same putt, so it's not a gimme for any reason. John Kiefer, the last one on the course for the day. Just a little cleanup work for him as well.
All three of these guys made their putts in.
All right, so a day comes to an end out on the golf course at the Patriot All-America. Good to see some action coming in. Once that wind died down, and Joey Verzic took full advantage of that with a few birdies coming in and really putting himself back in position, tied for the lead going into the final day. It's going to be him and Grayson out there with either Pruitt or John Kiefer and being the third in that group, and they're just going to go out and have a battle. But plenty of names to talk about within striking distance on the leaderboard as well. We have Hunter Wolcott and Dan Bradbury and Jacob Olison and Christian Banke. There's a lot of names, a lot of firepower, and every one of them's capable of chasing these guys down.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be an exciting day, our final day at the 54-hole championship course for the Patriot All-America Invitational presented by the Valley Toyota Dealers. Thank you so much for watching, and we can't wait to be back with you tomorrow.
Thank you to these West Valley Maverick sponsors for your continued support. Thank you to these West Valley Maverick sponsors for your continued support. Thank you to these West Valley Maverick sponsors for your continued support.
the clubhouse, end of day 2 at the Patriot All-America presented by the Valley Toyota dealers. Thank you for joining us. It was a great day of golf, and we can't wait to be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw some tough conditions today, but a couple of the guys really held it together and got the job done. And we'll look forward to tomorrow and some calmer winds, and maybe the temperature will go up a little bit, and the guys will get out there and do what they do. So we'll be here to take you through it.
All right, thank you so much. And make sure to go to patriotallamerica.com for updates and the scoreboard, and also join us on social media, Instagram and Twitter at Patriot All AM, and Facebook at Patriot All /America. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.